In the year 2002, I was no-knock raided by the Chief of Police, Michael Moore, of LAPD with an entire SWAT team twice in the same month. Since that date, I began studying the history of America and constitutional law. I am an autodidactic constitutional law scholar. Over the past couple years, what I've done is I've been able to devise a system, understanding that the police have created a very rigid set of policies, procedures, and protocols that they use to arrest you. I've also created a very rigid set of policies, procedures, and protocols for you to follow that gives you back the power when you're forced to interact with these jackboot thug. It has become a tyrannical jackboot thug police state, prison state, death state. I will win the governorship and I will change the policies from the top down.
Hi, I'm Corporal Wayne with the Ozaukee County Sheriff's Office. The reason I pulled you over is you don't have any taillights on.
So cops got me pulled over. First thing I'm going to do when I start recording is I'm going to put this hand right here. You see that? You see how that works? This hand is now up in the air. My camera is going to bright up the sky. So if it's nighttime, then the coppers can see that the camera is in my hand. You can see that my hand is here. The other hand goes up into the window. I'm in touchdown position right here. My hands look like they're a goalpost. This hand is actually, I took my little miniature armrest right here. I put it up right here. Bam. This is how I use my trifold. If anything happens to me, I'm all set right here. Okay, now that I got this like this, my camera's rolling. Most important thing. Second thing, my elbow goes in the windowsill right there. Do you see that? My elbow goes in the windowsill right there. There it is, right there. Now, with this hand up in the air and this hand up in the windowsill right here, I'm all set. I'm all set. The most I'm going to do is take the same hand right here, reach down and slightly roll my window down just a scooch. I'm all set up. I'm in touchdown position. This hand is rolling camera. This hand is up here so that I can reach up and grab my trifold and my proof of identification and my license. Everything is up in my visor. When that copper comes up to my window and he says, "Do you know why I pulled you over? Do you know how fast you were going? How come you didn't pull over right away?" If he says, "Hey, can I get your license, registration, and proof of insurance?" Great. Because this hand is not going to have a camera in it, the one that I got my hand in now. My camera's in this hand over here. I'm in touchdown position, just like a goalpost. Now, from right here, I'm going to reach over and I'm going to, with the same hand that this phone's in, I'm going to reach over and grab my license, registration, and proof of insurance that is in my trifold right here. It's inside my trifold. Here's my license, registration, and proof of insurance right there. I got everything right there. See how that works? I'm just going to slide that bad chicken out. There's everything I have to provide by law right there. License, registration, proof of insurance. I have everything right next to my trifold. Now, no matter what he says from there, I don't care what he says. How fast were you going? Are you going to your grandma's house? Are you the big bad wolf? No matter what he says, I'm not going to answer any of his questions. I take my license, registration, proof of insurance that will be in my left hand, and I give it to him. You got it on video?
Not your actual.
No, that's not that, but that's got my DL number right on the top.
Okay.
D1940.
So you have your actual driver's license?
Well, I mean, that is an actual photocopy of my driver's license, a laser copy. Actually, if I take the rest of the tape off there, it looks prettier than my actual driver's license. There you go. I don't want to deal with he didn't identify himself. He didn't have his registration. He didn't have his current ID. He didn't have his current insurance card. No, no, no. I have everything ready to go. It's right here with the same hand right here. I'm going to take it like this, and I'm just going to slip my information right out the cracked window for that jackboot thug pig. Put it in the comment section. JBTP, jackboot thug pig. Put it in the comment section. I don't have a back and forth with the pig. I don't do that. I do not have a back and forth with that pig. Where are you going? Where are you heading? All that? No. I'm not going to answer any questions. I'm not even going to entertain it. Not going to nod, nothing. I'm going to give him my license, registration, proof of insurance. I'm just going to slip it right there. That's how it's going to work. Here's my license, my registration, and my proof of insurance. Here's the insurance. Here's the rental car agreement. And my driver's license is right here. If you're poor and white or black or brown, don't reach around because you could die. It's a real thing. It's a reality here. So now I'm not going to get myself killed because I didn't follow a very rigid set of policies, procedures, and protocols. I'm recording everything with my phone from over here. Everything's being recorded. You see that? The phone is facing me, so my head is the most important thing. Now, once I've given him my license, registration, and proof of insurance, I'm filming everything. He asked me where I'm going. I say I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent.
Okay.
If you ask me another question, you're violating my rights, and I'll file a lawsuit against you. Write your ticket, do what you're going to do, but don't harass me any further.
Your Honor, I'm showing him on camera that I'm invoking my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Piggy loses qualified immunity for questioning me. Say it with me. Piggy loses qualified immunity for questioning me. This is how it goes. This is the way it is. Now, if he says, where are you going? Where are you coming from? Do you have a firearm in the car? I'm then going to take my trifold and point at it, and I'm going to go down the list of questions. Don't ask me where I'm going. Don't ask me where I'm been. Don't ask me what my favorite color is. Don't ask me if I have a firearm. Don't ask me if I've been drinking. It says everything right there on your freaking trifold. You don't have to answer any questions. He says, where are you coming from? And I say, Your Honor, I have shown the pig at the window that I clearly have identified that I've invoked my Fifth Amendment, and he already asked me where I'm going. He's violated my Fifth Amendment right. I'm showing him on video. It's on the literature. Your Honor, this is for my federal civil rights lawsuit. If I was you, pig, I would just go write your ticket. That's what I would do if I was you, pig.
Get the hell out of my face. There's everything you need. Go on.
That's what I would. If I was you, piggy, I would go and write your ticket. This is how it works. This is how you use your trifold completely. This is the way you do it. There's no other way that I've taught. This is how you do it. Phone goes here. Elbow goes here. Trifold, identification, everything is up in the visor here. I'm ready to go. These bootlicking troll channels, they sat down and they did the math one time and they said, well, Chile, if he sells 20 trifolds in a day, that's some pretty good money. Why would he live so poor? Why wouldn't he spend some money? Why wouldn't he go and do some things? Well, you jack off nobody. It's because I have a mission. There's a purpose here. My purpose is to get a trifold in every single car in America. The mission is to get the Fifth Amendment cop cards in everybody's wallet. The yellow and blue cards only come out when there's a pig in front of you. That's when the yellow and blue cards come out. You don't pull the yellow and blue cards out until there's a pig in front of you. You memorize the cards so you know it backwards and forward. But this is how you do it. This is how you do it. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the new redesigned Fifth Amendment cop card. Now, the driver card is in blue and the non-driver card is in yellow. Now, they're easily color-coded. So you know driving is blue, non-driving is yellow. You have to have a pair of Fifth Amendment cop cards in your wallet at all times. If you carry your credit cards in your phone, it's the exact same size as your Visa, as your driver's license. And these cards, they're made out of the exact same material as the hotel key, your Visa card, your driver's license. They don't destroy. It won't melt in your wallet. You need to have a Fifth Amendment driver and non-driver cop card in your wallet. These are the best gift you'll ever give anybody. Thanks. My name is Chili DeCastro, and I am Delete Laws. What's going on out there in the land of the unfree America? How is everybody doing today? Welcome to another rendition of Delete Laws. Thank you guys so much for coming. Ryut Audits is in here. Les OTVO is in here. Robert D is in here. If you guys would please put in the comment section for me, OTVO, overturn Terry versus Ohio. Put it in the comment section. Just put OTVO. It looks like this. You just go OTVO. There it is, just like that. You see, I put it in the comment section. Now you can just match me if you would, please. If you would, pretty please put it in the comment section. If you guys order a trifold or a cop card, you have any problems with your order at all, email me at dlzclips@gmail.com. Right there. Right there. Do it for me right there. OTVO, OTVO, OTVO. Lawyer Dog is in the house. Oh, poor guy. You know, I'm probably going to quit now that you came in here. Jeff Hates Pigs. Jeff Hates Pigs. What's going on, Jeff Hates Pigs? How are you, my friend? How is everybody doing today? I have been extraordinarily busy getting a couple things done. Obviously, I got my teeth fixed, but I have a little air pocket here. So every once in a while, if I say the 60s, you can hear a little bit like a lisp, like it's a whoop, whoop, whoop. Everybody, do me a favor, hit the like button. Hit the like button. It's right down there. Hit that thumbs up button right there. I want to show you guys something. Check. Thank you, Jeanette. I appreciate it. Kinetic Customs and Racing. Good to see you. Good to see you. Robert De Niro is. What's up, Team DLZ? Check this out.
Is he shy? Hi.
Hey,
How are you?
good.
Oof.
What's up?
What's up? I was just wondering, can I have you remove your sunglasses so I know who I'm talking to?
I'm not going to. I don't even want to talk. I hate the police.
Oh, snap. He starts right off with the quiet part out loud.
Me too?
I'm not going to. I don't even want to talk. I hate the police.
Oh, man,
Yeah,
I don't like that.
I hate you guys. Like,
But you
if
have-
I took,
is
and I
that-
don't
isn't
have
that
my
like a cop
trifold.
car? Isn't that like a cop car?
I don't answer questions.
What did he just say? Listen carefully. What did he just say? Listen real careful.
I have
Isn't
my
that like a cop
trifold.
car?
He said he doesn't have his trifold.
I don't like that.
I hate you guys. Like,
But you
if
have-
I took,
is
and I
that-
don't
isn't
have
that
my
like a cop
trifold.
car?
And he doesn't have his trifold. He doesn't have his trifold. He just said it. He doesn't have his trifold. That's what he just said out loud. He doesn't have his trifold.
Isn't that like a cop car?
I don't answer questions. It's a mockery of the police. I hate you fucking guys so much. Like, when I pray that you guys get over here, Rosie. I pray that you guys' car explodes.
Why is that?
Because you
You see how it's a nice way to say that I hope you are no longer living.
guys if you guys are all evil and bad.
Well, why do you think that?
Well, if you weren't, if there was a good one, there would be no bad ones, and there's shit ton of bad ones. So yeah.
Well, I don't think I'm a
So
bad
what's
one.
up though? You're cute. I mean,
Oh,
I would
well,
I would
thank
bang you, but I would
mean,
never fucking anything
well,
other than that.
What if we do it along the lines that, like, I'm gonna be respectful to you, okay?
Yeah, I'm not respectful to cops. It'd be best
That's
if you just
fine.
stop
That's fine.
talking
If
to
you
me.
want to look at me as an officer,
Yeah, I
fully
do.
understand
If you
that.
take off that costume, that clown costume, then I'll talk to you.
Well, if you took off your sunglasses, it'd probably be.
Wow.
wanna
I
look-
mean, this guy is laying the lead.
At me as an officer.
Yeah,
If I look at you as an officer, yes, you are no longer white or black or brown or Asian. You are blue. You are a copper. You are the enemy.
fully
do.
understand
If you
that.
take off that costume, that clown costume, then I'll talk to you.
Well, if you took off your sunglasses, it'd probably be easier
Well,
to speak
what's up
with
though?
you.
What do you want?
I was just seeing who you
Oh,
are and
I don't want
everything
you
like
to know
that.
who I am. I'm incognito
And you have that right. It's not a
I
big
know my
deal. Why are
rights.
you an incognito?
because I might have warrants. What if I have a bunch of warrants?
And you have warrants.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's the issue
what if
with
when you
that?
looked on the thing it said armed and dangerous? I
then
don't
it
want you to
says-
run my name.
Is that the case?
It might be.
Okay, and we can talk that out. It's not a big
No,
deal.
we're not talking shit out. I'm not saying nothing.
And that's fine.
All right.
It's fine.
Holler at you then. I don't know why he rolled down the window.
Or do you work in the area?
I'm not gonna answer any questions. Do you work in the area?
Yeah, I mean I'm a deputy over here.
Oh, a deputy.
Yeah.
You mean a clown?
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this your coworker?
What? That's just some hitchhiker I picked up. Why? What's up? Does he
it's
have a
your
warrant or
vehicle?
something?
No.
Uh,
No. I'm
Okay.
just
Then why'd you pull him out?
Bruce and I just like to make conversation.
Bruce Almighty.
I mean, if you
You
want
know,
to
I
call him
share
that,
the
he's a nice
same
guy.
birthday as Sean Reyes.
Yeah.
You know that?
He shares the same birthday as Long Island Audits.
Go ahead.
Do you realize that? I'm just saying, I do.
I'm just
I thought that
listening.
was pretty cool.
I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's all right.
But if I had my trifold with me, then I could talk to you because I'd know what to say because I don't really have a brain of my own.
Now, he says that, but it's not so much that you don't have a brain of your own. You do. What it is that when you have the trifold, you don't get flustered. It's a step-by-step tutorial so that right away you invoke your Fifth Amendment right. Because as much as I like this guy's channel and that he understands how important the trifold is, he's continuing, like BZ Watchdog said, he's continuing to answer questions. That's what the trifold does. It reminds you that you're there to invoke your Fifth Amendment right. You're not there to answer their questions. And if he had the trifold on him, like he says he doesn't have it on him, I'll bet you he would have answered a lot less questions, because he answers a lot of questions. I mean, you tell me, is he answering a lot of questions? It seems like he's answering a lot of questions to me.
Same birthday as Sean Reyes.
Yeah.
You know that?
Go ahead.
Do you realize that? I'm just saying, I do.
I
thought that was pretty cool.
I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's all right.
But if I had my trifold with me, then I could talk to you because I'd know what to say, because I don't really have a brain of my own.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have my trifold with me.
I don't know what a trifold is.
You don't?
I don't.
Hmm.
I'm being honest with you. I don't know what that is.
You don't know what an indestructible trifold is?
Mm-mm. What is that?
You're behind times.
I guess. I mean, if you
Google
give me
Google what
knowledge,
an indestructible trifold is.
what does it do?
What does it do? It
Yeah.
tells you how to talk to cops. See me, I'm just like,
Oh.
fuck you, you horrible bitch. I'm like,
I mean, this guy, he is gold.
What does it do?
what does it do? It
Yeah.
tells you how to talk to cops. See me, I'm just like,
Oh.
fuck you, you horrible bitch.
Oh, man. So, what it actually does is it also makes sure that you don't get your phone taken out of your hand. Because what's the dirty copper going to do when he pulls you over? What's the first thing he's going to do? He's going to say, step out of the car. That's what he's going to say, right? So you've invoked your Fifth Amendment right. You have it backed up with your camera. Now, the very first thing he's going to do is he's going to say, okay, I need you to step out of the car. Now, you do have to step out of the car because he's considering you armed and dangerous. Now, if you can prove on camera that you're not armed and dangerous, you can point the camera at yourself, then maybe, just maybe, you could fight that, but you might get arrested for it. I'm just telling you. So when he gets you out of the car, he says, okay, you've invoked your fifth. You did this. You told him, I just invoked my fifth. Stop answering me questions. And then he says, well, step out of the car. Okay, fine. I'm going to step out of the car. But before I do, remember, this is the front. This is what you're showing him. You got him like this. Now you're going to open up your trifold to the very first page and fold it over, just like that. Now, here's what you're going to do. You're going to say, I understand you've ordered me out of the car in the name of officer safety. I'm going to comply with that. But before I do get out of the car, I want to tell you, officer, that it's my First Amendment right to film cops. Turner versus Driver and Azari versus Yeehaw says that it's my right to film police. Read the bottom of this, officer. Violating the First Amendment on camera removes the cop's qualified immunity. Now, I'm going to agree with you that I do have to get out of the car. It says so right here, exit for officer safety. You can read all this if you want, officer, but the part that I want to focus on is that it's my right to film you. I'm going to step out, but don't take the camera out of my hand or you're going to lose your qualified immunity. How many pullovers are we seeing now on camera where they're pulling the person out of the car and taking the camera out of their hands? The trifold is designed so that the moment you invoke your Fifth Amendment right, it's right there. He says, get out of the car. You tell him, no problem. I can see that you're correct, that it's a Supreme Court holding that I have to get out. But before I do, I want you to understand you can't take the phone out of my hands. I'm filming this. If you're going to Terry pat me, then Terry pat me, but don't take the phone out of my hands. That's what the trifold does for you that you can't do by yourself.
if you
and I could talk to you because I'd know what.
Right.
But if I had my trifold with me, then I could talk to you because I'd know what to say because I don't really have a brain of my own.
Mhm.
But I don't have my trifold with me.
I don't know what a trifold is.
You don't?
I don't.
Hmm.
I'm being honest with you. I don't know what that is.
You don't know what an indestructible trifold is.
Mm-mm. What is that?
You're behind times.
I guess. I mean, if you give me the
Google what
knowledge,
an indestructible trifold is.
what is, like, what does it do?
What does it do? It
Yeah.
tells you how to talk to cops. See me, I'm just like,
Oh.
fuck you, you horrible bitch. I'm like that to cops.
Mm.
And guy, girl, it doesn't matter. But you notice I was oh yeah, she hates cops too. We both hate cops. Bad. Yeah.
Okay.
So why do you have him out of the car for speeding?
That's just how Bruce does it. He just gets them
Oh
all.
fuck. Tell Bruce I said fuck him.
You can tell him.
Fuck you, Bruce.
Everybody, we have a legend in the room. If you guys are not subscribed to Don Andre Investigations, this is the best investigative journalist on all of YouTube. If you guys have not seen Don Andre Investigations, as a matter of fact, I got notified that he just released a video that I'll watch tonight as soon as this live stream is over. I watch every video he makes. He is top notch. So then this stop right here, Don Andre, good to see you too, brother. This stop right here continues, but hold on.
So,
what's your name again?
Deputy Kelsey Bramer. You can just call me Kelsey.
Kelsey? Damn, I hate that you're a cop.
What?
Man, cuz you're so pretty.
I do for my kids.
Get a different job. No,
I do for my kids.
You could strip and make more money than
No,
fucking.
I'm not gonna do that.
Why?
I respect myself too much, and I know what you're gonna say because I'm a clown and shit like that.
Yeah, it's a clown. There's no good cops. They're all bad. How many times have you saw lying ass, bitch ass cops lying?
I haven't
making
lied.
false statement. That's a lie.
You can say that.
You know how many I've had on the. You know how many I've had on the stand and caught. Man, it's easy to catch you guys in lies because I don't know. It just is. But yeah.
I mean, you can say that if you want. So, but
Yeah.
it was nice meeting you. I didn't catch your name. I know you're not gonna give it to me.
No, I'll give you my first name.
You can give me your first name.
It's Brad.
What?
Yeah, but you'll know anyways, because I have a rather large YouTube channel, so you'll be on YouTube.
So this is the ripple effect. And now I want to show you the ripple effect. I want to show you the ripple effect. So I want to play this back for people who just got here. This whole clip right here is about 20 seconds. And then I'm going to show you a cop video. Listen carefully.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's all right.
But if I had my trifold with me, then I could talk to you because I'd know what to say because I don't really have a brain of my own.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have my trifold with me.
This is the trifold he's talking about.
I don't know what a trifold is.
You don't?
I don't.
Hmm.
I'm being honest with you. I don't know what that is.
You don't know what an indestructible trifold is.
Mm-mm. What is that?
You're behind times.
I guess. I mean, if you
Google what
knowledge,
an indestructible trifold is.
what does it do?
What does it do? It
Yeah.
tells you how to talk to cops. See me, I'm just like, fuck you, you horrible bitch. I'm like that to cops. And guy, girl, it doesn't matter. But
okay.
You notice I was yeah.
Okay, ripple effect. Love you. I put the ripple effect link for the video in the description down there. So you say if you want to read that. Okay, now this is a video from a cop. And so this is the part where I want to show you the value of having the reminder in your hand that your job is to shut the front door. Your job is to shut your mouth. And let me say it emphatically to you. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Stop talking. And now listen to this ex-cop who now hates police, believes in abolishing the police, abolishing the prison system. Listen to what this ex-cop has to say about the lies he told as a cop. It starts right here.
Bits of case law that apply here. that during under a confession coerced. Miller and using soothing words to encourage you to unburden yourself.
Okay, so he talked about a couple Supreme Court cases here, but now listen to the specific lies that he told as a copper and why it is so important for you to shut the front door.
Does not render a confession coerced, even if the officer's comforting tones were clear psychological manipulation. Lastly, there's a case called In the Matter of DAS from 1978, in which police pretended to run fingerprints on a stolen pocketbook and told the defendant that they had found his prints on it, and this caused him to confess. The courts ruled that this was A-OK. So when you get upset at me over the next 5 to 10 minutes, I just want you to know a bunch of judges told us we were allowed to do stuff like this.
So what he's saying is, and I'll reiterate this, that the Supreme Court has consistently worked to strip us of our rights and give the police our rights. So he says that, but now right here, that's all that is over. He's no longer talking about Supreme Court cases. Now listen to the specific lies that cops are taught to tell you and see if you've ever heard one of these lies before.
One lie that I told very frequently was that cooperating with my investigation would look good in court, heavily implying that confessing could perhaps mitigate your sentence. We were not allowed to explicitly say, if you confess, you'll get a reduced sentence, so we used vague promises of looking good to imply that. Often, I had a very weak case that would fall apart without the confession, and I relied on people opening up to me to get enough probable cause to arrest them.
Did you hear that? Did you hear it? And just so you know, this ex-cop, he is a hardcore liberal. Black Lives Matter t-shirt. He's a hardcore leftist liberal all the way. I watched 4 of his videos today, and he chose to speak like this on his videos. He chose to speak in a very calm, soothing, relaxing voice. But listen to the lie and see if it's ever happened to you.
Often, I had a very weak case that would fall apart without the confession, and I relied on people opening up to me to get enough probable cause to arrest them.
He relied on people talking. He relied on you opening up. This is what the trifold does for you. With this in your hand, you then say, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. And it's a constant reminder that you don't talk to cops. You need someone to tell you? I'm here to tell you. You don't talk to cops. He just said, I would get you to open up so I could arrest you. That's what he just said. You just heard him say it.
Sometimes, if I wanted you for a simple misdemeanor like a theft or a graffiti, I would imply that I had probable cause to arrest you for a far more serious felony to entice you to confess to the lesser misdemeanor and save your skin.
So he'll get you to confess to something minor so that he can arrest you. You don't want to talk to cops. You invoke your Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and you shut your front door.
Other times I lied and said that I didn't want to arrest anyone. I just wanted to know what really happened so that I could close out the report and move on. Other times I lied and said that I didn't want to arrest anyone. I just wanted to know what really happened so that I could close out the report and move on. I would say, look, they sent me to this call. I think it's bullshit. I just need to put something in the computer to close out the call. Well, why don't you let me know what really happened and we can get out of your hair?
Oh, so this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm saying to you. You have to always remember your job when the cop is accusing you or standing over you with a flashlight and you're in the hot seat. Your job is to say, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Flip it open to page 1. You're going to order me out of the car? That's fine, but it's my right to film. Don't take the phone out of my hand when I get out. If you want to Terry pat me to make sure I don't have weapons, the Supreme Court has given you that right. I don't agree with it, but I will get out of the car because an extension of Terry is Pennsylvania versus Mims that says I have to get out of the car in the name of officer safety. So I will get out of the car in the name of officer safety. But before I get out, I have the right to film you. You're going to Terry pat me, so I'm going to get out with my hands up. Go ahead and Terry pat me, but don't think you're taking the phone out of my hands, because if you do, that violates my First Amendment on camera, and that removes your qualified immunity. This is why it's so important you have it in your God blessed hands. This is the reason why you listen to him, and just wait. Wait till you get his opinion about police today. Wait till you hear what he has to say about cops today.
Occasionally, I would imply that not talking to me could be considered obstruction. And I might heavily imply that I would arrest you for the obstruction, but not for the original crime if you just told me what really happened. I never said that outright, but I was able to be vague enough to, confuse people. I frequently lied and told people that I had video evidence, eyewitness testimony, confessions from co-conspirators in order to get those people to confess or to wind them up so that they would rat someone else out. People confuse people.
Listen to this. I frequently lied.
And told people that I had video evidence.
He lied to people and told them he had video evidence.
It's eyewitness testimony, confessions from co-conspirators.
Confessions from other people. What do the cops do to you? They separate you and they manipulate you for you to believe that they have something on you that would incriminate you in a crime, even that your friend in the passenger seat told on you.
In order to get those people to confess or to wind them up so that they would rat someone else out. I would say, hey, your buddy already told me what you did, but I think he's lying, and I want to get your side of the story. I think he's trying to screw you over. I was very good at making you feel like I was on your side. And not all lies were in the service of fighting crime. Here's a banal one. Sometimes people would want to report a minor crime like a vandalism or a theft, and it would never actually be solvable. No witnesses, no evidence. And when I was feeling particularly lazy and they insisted on filing a report, instead of a report number, I would give them the incident number assigned to their call by the computer and tell them that I was filing this case in our national database. This is pure fiction.
He would lie to people and tell them that he was filing their case in a national database and give them the incident number and not an actual police report number.
A note in the computer is not getting investigated. I don't even think it counts as a crime stat. I just set it to avoid filling out a whole page report that was going to go nowhere. Sometimes I would park in a fire lane so that I could run in and get food from a restaurant. Occasionally people would complain about me parking illegally when there was no emergency. And I would lie and say that, well, actually the California Supreme Court ruled that police vehicles could use a fire lane for any reason while on duty. I'm such an asshole. Lastly, I want to leave you with a story. One night, a trans sex worker had met up with a client at a motel, and somewhere during their conversation, the client became upset and transphobic and assaulted the sex worker and ran away. And the officer who was originally dispatched to handle that call was extremely hostile to her, both for being trans and for being a sex worker. And when she tried to file the assault report, he told her that because she was a sex worker, technically he was required to arrest her. And if she didn't want to get arrested, she should just drop the case and move on. Luckily, I happened to be on the scene when that happened and overheard that. And I was just starting to get involved in queer politics at the time. And so I intervened and said that I would take over as the handling officer for the experience. And I was actually able to help her file a real police report, not one for the national database. And I waited with her while she called a ride and got picked up. I don't know if she ever found justice from that police report, but I like to think that at least someone was on her side that night. I could go on, but you get the point. If you remember nothing else from this video, remember this. Police officers have been told that it's legal to lie to you, and they have been trained to do so. In fact, in the court case McNeil versus Wisconsin, Antonin Scalia wrote the following: admissions of guilt are more than merely desirable. They are essential to society's compelling interest in finding, convicting, and punishing those who violate the law.
So if you don't know anything about Anthony Scalia, he had one good case. It was Heller versus District of Columbia, where he upheld our Second Amendment. Other than that, Scalia was a scum-sucking dog. Sorry, he was. The reason why Mary Jane is still illegal today is because of Anthony Scalia. Scalia was a cop sucker beyond the pale. Beyond the pale. I don't want to get lost on Scalia here. I want to stay on this ex-cop here.
So, if you want my advice, anytime a cop is questioning you, you're a suspect or your friend is, and anything you say will be used to screw you. Don't try to be helpful. Don't admit to anything. Don't answer innocent questions. Don't talk about your day. And never believe that a cop is on your side or trying to help you, because you never know what scheme the cops are working.
Let me play this part again. I played all of this to get to this one part in the video. I showed you everything else to get to this one single part of this video. It is right here.
Or your friend is. Those who violate. Anytime a cop is questioning you.
So he starts off with, anytime a cop is questioning you. Listen carefully to the next 15, 20 seconds.
You want my advice. Anytime a cop is questioning you, you're a suspect or your friend is, and anything you say will be used to screw you. Don't try to be helpful. Don't admit to anything. Don't answer innocent questions. Don't talk about your day. And never believe that a cop is on your side or trying to help you, because you never know what scheme the cops are working. You ask, am I free to leave? And if the answer is yes, you leave. If the answer is no, you invoke your right to silence and you shut the fuck up.
Yes, right there. Right there. He said it for me. You invoke your right to silence. You have to say, Fifth Amendment, I invoke the right to remain silent. And then you shut up. You shut up and you stop talking. You completely and utterly shut up. You plead the Fifth Amendment. That's what having the trifold in your hand does. It reminds you, when this cop starts lying to you, saying, well, I'm trying to help you out. Your friend said something about you. You know, if you help me out now, it's going to look good for you later. He gave you 5 big lies he told regularly as a copper. You learned right here on Delete Laws that I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent at all times.
If during an interrogation you say, I invoke my right to silence and my right to counsel, legally, the officer must terminate that interrogation.
That is why you don't say, I don't answer questions. You say, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent.
They might get salty. They might try to intimidate you. They might try to do a retaliatory arrest, but you'll be in a much better position if you didn't confess all over yourself. Google Miranda case law to learn more. So why am I telling you all this? For one, it's because it's important to know your rights, to know what you're up against. Cops in the United States are getting more abusive by the day. They're emboldened by a right-wing justice system that prioritizes the status quo over racial and economic justice. You need all the information you can get to protect yourself from an unaccountable carceral system. For another thing, the media landscape is so full of propaganda, making it look like law enforcement is mostly unsung heroes saving society from itself. Anytime network TV needs to fill a slot, it's either Sexy Time Hospital or Police Cops, Town City, USA. These uncritical and ubiquitous portrayals of law enforcement influence juries to side with cops over defendants, and they influence the average person reading the news to just take the police's word for it. Never take a cop's word for it. Never believe the official account. We haven't even gotten into how some police reports are written, massaged, polished, and occasionally outright fabricated. I'm sure you're asking the obvious question, did I ever fabricate a police report or do a false arrest? And for all my faults during law enforcement, the answer is actually no. I preferred the strategy game of finding legal ways to arrest people. I never liked cheating. But let me hit you with this. We were trained over and over and over again that if a suspect's hand went towards their waistband, they might be reaching for a gun. So when I wrote in a police report, I observed the suspect's hands moving towards his waistband and, fearing that he had a concealed weapon, I struck the suspect twice in the face with my right fist to gain control. Ask yourself this. Did I really believe that the random drunk guy behind the Taco Bell had a gun in his waistband? Or did I believe it because my training told me to believe it?
Oh, but they need more training. They need more training.
The vast majority of bad things that I did in law enforcement were by the book, and that shouldn't make you feel good about law enforcement. The last reason I wanted to talk about this is because I've recently gotten involved in the police and prison abolition movement, and there's a lot of important work being done by abolitionists.
You may not like this guy, but if you watch a few of his videos, you might. He really turned the corner. He really doesn't like what he did, and he doesn't like police.
And it's being ignored by society because believing in the inherent legitimacy of the carceral state makes it easy to write off abolition work as like a hippie fantasy. I've been influenced by well-known activists like Angela Y. Davis and Ruth Wilson Gilmore, but I've also been influenced by the work being done by someone like a Rachel Ann Jolie, who edited a zine with her incarcerated pen pal C.L. Young and who teaches yoga at a women's prison. Work designed to restore dignity to people stuck in prison. I want to do at least one more kind of justice-y video about.
So I want to show you the beginning of his video so you guys can meet him. I want you to understand who he is.
All hail Lord Oculon. Seriously, though, I am humbled and overwhelmed by the great support that Thought Slime's Legions on the comments and a lot of great feedback on my video. And before I get to tonight's topic, I wanted to address a couple.
Here's the reason why he talks in this voice.
First things first, many of you were very complimentary about the calming voice that I use in my videos, but about 5% of you found it annoying, cringy, creepy, and one person claimed I was being too seductive. And they seem to be very disturbed by this. To that person, I assure you, this is simply my sort of calm, soothing voice. My seductive voice goes a little something like this. Can I touch your butt?
Remember, he was a cop, so he's going to be a little weird.
Others for whom this voice doesn't weigh, I get that I'm interested in the racism and all the corruption, and I quit law enforcement. And I wish I could tell you it's because I saw all the racism and all the corruption, and I had to take a stand. And that's not true. I actually moved out of state for a relationship, and I was not able to get a cop job in the state that I moved to because I didn't have a college degree at the time. I was still pretty indoctrinated when I got out of law enforcement, although the spell was starting to break a little bit. A few people objected to my characterization of Kyle Rittenhouse as a murderer in light of new footage that emerged after I filmed my video. I checked it out, and I do have to admit the situation seems to be somewhat more complicated than I made it sound. However, my point still stands. Kyle is a far-right militia member. He's a Blue Lives Matter guy. And he brought a rifle to a Black Lives Matter protest. When I characterize...
So he kind of goes on and on here, and I'm just gonna stop him real quick. But the important part here is that he explained to you, to us, that he had a series of lies that he would tell people to get them to talk. He had a pre-textual, pre-scripted series of lies that he would say to you to get you to open up so that you would go to jail. So that you would be arrested and you would be put in jail. And that's the whole point here. That there's nothing more important than that right there. So I want to show you guys this video. This is really, really fascinating stuff.
Troubles continue to mount for the embattled Millersville Police Department as it faces growing scrutiny now from the TBI. Hi, everyone. A lot to get to here at 6 o'clock. We're glad you're joining us. I'm Hunter Hoagland.
And I'm Kelsey Gibbs. And a perplexing pair of podcast interviews. The
Cope Doggy Dog! What's up, Playboy?
town's chief of police says the TBI has begun limiting his department's access to certain sensitive law enforcement data.
It follows a scandal first dug up by News Channel 5 chief investigative reporter Phil Williams.
And Phil, this is a very unusual situation.
Yeah, I have never seen anything like this. Now, Millersville police have refused to answer any of my questions, choosing instead to run to their far right podcast to share their bizarre conspiracy theories. That now includes the police chief.
You know, once we start getting this bad publicity, our access starts getting cut off.
So this is the police chief right up here, Brian Morris. And apparently Tom Renz has a far right podcast. And listen, let me just I don't want to burst your bubble here, but it's the right that screws us with cops. It is the right. It is conservative Supreme Court justices. It is conservative judges. It is the right that continually gives our rights to the police. I'm not some crazy leftist. You guys pretty much know who I am now. There's no hiding who I am. It is consistently right-wingers who strip away our rights. You know, there used to be that MMA fighter who I used to like that served in the military. I can't even watch him now. He's just this far-right lunatic.
Off to financial reports, FinCEN. We can't do investigations.
Here, making his own appearance on a far-right podcast, Millersville Police Chief Brian Morris claimed his department is now cut off from one of the most sensitive law enforcement data sources available.
We don't have everything in this office that we need. You
need the tools provided by federal law enforcement and other agencies and state agencies.
And now we're being denied that.
The Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, sometimes known as FinCEN, is a program run by the U.S. Department of Treasury that can give police access to certain...
It's called FinCEN, FINCEN, Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN.
Banking and other financial records of individuals when there's a legitimate law enforcement purpose. Morris claims that because of our investigations into his conspiracy-minded Assistant Police Chief Sean Taylor, the TBI has now cut them off.
Have they given you a good reason that they're denying you access?
No, I've actually called down there and talked to them, and what I've been told is that we're on hold because they're auditing us.
We ran what's called a FinCEN report, which is a financial report where they produce what's called a SARS report.
As part of Taylor's many bizarre conspiracy theories, including claims that some of the nation's most powerful political figures are involved in child sex trafficking, the Millersville assistant chief has sometimes boasted about having access to sensitive data linked to some powerful people, included the banking records for U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn's campaign.
See, as a matter of fact, there may be somebody that's close to her who's already provided that. Just so you...
Did you hear that? That was some kind of weird little snort. Did you hear this?
There may be somebody that's close.
What the hell was that? I'm sorry.
Marsha Blackburn's campaign.
See, as a matter of fact, there may be somebody that's close to her who's already provided that. Just so you know. File about yay thick.
The TBI declined to comment. Still, individuals who have been interviewed say TBI agents are trying to determine if Taylor or anyone else at Millersville used law enforcement databases, including the FinCEN data, to investigate their political enemies. Chief Morris insisted it's not true.
But these reports we run, we're not running them on just everybody we don't like. We're running them for a legit reason. And the ones that we had received back, we got what we thought we were going to get.
What a lie. What an absolute and total lie. Listen to this cop, Brian Morris. Listen to him lie.
We're running them for a legit.
No, Brian. Let me go back. Now,
it is not true.
Okay, hold on a minute. So put a 1 in the chat if you believe that the cops run your data, run your information to try to target you. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that cops run data, will look into you to try to arrest you. That's the reason why they run data, isn't it? The reason why they run your driver's license, the reason why they run you through FinCEN is to see if they can find a reason to arrest you. Listen to what Brian says, though, Brian Morris.
But these reports we run, we're not running them on just everybody we don't like.
No. You are. You are. You are running reports on anybody you don't like. To my friends and family who have an issue with what I do. Yes, they are. It may not be happening to you. It is happening to the other half of us. This is happening to us. You can sit there in your beautiful bubble and say how cops don't do these things. This is exactly what the cops do. The cops do this to us. They target us. They run us. They stalk us. They follow us. Put a 1 in the chat if you've been stalked and tracked and persecuted by cops who've targeted you. It might not happen in your bubble. God bless you. It's happening to half of us. I'm happy it doesn't happen to you. I'm happy that you like and you respect cops. For the other half of us, it is happening. It is real. It's just amazing to me how many people will say to me, "What are you so mad about?" I'm so mad about listening to this god pig sit there and lie. We're not just running it on people we don't like. Ask Jeebus Crisp, who's in the chat right now. Are they running your information to try to target you, Jeebus? Are they running it to target you? They wouldn't do that to Jeebus Crisp. They wouldn't do that to him. They wouldn't just focus on targeting Jeebus Crisp in the chat. They wouldn't do that to him, would they? And listen to this cop sit here and fucking lie.
Political enemies. Chief Morris insisted it's not true.
But these reports we run, we're not running them on just everybody we don't like. We're running them for a legit reason. And the ones that we had received back, we got what we thought we were going to get.
But it turns out Millersville doesn't just have a conspiracy cop.
So, Jeebus, is it happening to you? Drophead 74. Drophead 74. I just saw you in the chat. Drophead 74. Did it happen to you? Did it happen to you or your family? Have the cops targeted you unjustly? Have they targeted you? Yes, they have. That's the reason why I say what I say. You're a lying pig, Brian Morris. And I swear to God, I hope you burn in hell. God, forgive me for being human and knowing that you are the devil. You are the evil. You are the darkness. You are the fear. You are the criminal in our America. You are Brian Morris. You're the criminal. You're the piece of shit that we are forced to deal with. And there's no third party to deal with your piggish ass. And that's what fires me up. Listening to this pig sit here and lie. We're not just using our system to target people we don't like. Ask the people, Mingo Wingo, is there a cop in your area targeting you, running your information? I hear from Mingo Wingo 2 or 3 times a day sometimes, begging me, Chili, can you please help me? Mingo Wingo. They are running your data. They are doing it to target you because they don't like you. You just saw that filthy, disgusting, dirty judge, Ann Zimmerman, put me in jail for 4 months for no reason because she's a biased, corrupt piece of shit. She's a bad person. It's just that simple. Don't sit there and piss on me and tell me it's raining.
They've also apparently got a conspiracy chief. In fact, if Morris is to be believed, you'd also have to believe in time travel.
You know, my assistant chief's house got shot up.
It got shot up.
They did.
I haven't heard this. Tell me about that.
You know,
Of course you haven't heard about it because it's not true.
it was because he had been looking into things that people didn't want him looking into.
Oh, yeah? Who goes shooting at cops' houses? You lying pig, Brian.
For example, Sean Taylor's report that someone shot up his house. Chief Morris claims it's my fault.
The reason why his house is so accessible to anybody is because News Channel 5 posted his address.
Oh, so this clown reports his address and then he gets shot up.
News Channel 5 is the one running the story right now. He's calling the reporter who's giving the story a clown. And hey, News Channel 5, real quick, maybe you should endorse independent journalism.
Yeah.
Not only did News Channel 5 never post Taylor's home address, the alleged shooting occurred more than a year before my stories.
Even though this whole thing was just designed to undermine your ability to go after a child trafficking network.
Yeah, 100%.
In the podcast, the police chief appears to express support for the bogus Pizzagate hoax that Democrats kept child sex slaves locked up in the basement of this D.C. pizza parlor.
As well, you know, it looks more true than we'd like to think.
Yeah.
Then there's the child sex predator sting run by Millersville with a group of MAGA activists, a sting also now being investigated by the TBI.
Can we chat at the house or should we not wait until?
Can I chat without one of the officers present?
Yes. Okay.
Secret recordings obtained by News Channel 5 Investigates from that sting show it was volunteers who were posing online as a 12-year-old girl, not police as required by state law. But when one case went to court, the lead detective testified that Millersville police did all the texting. In another podcast, the chief insisted that was all true.
Okay, so now listen carefully here. They're doing one of those to catch a predator stings, but apparently in Tennessee, you're not allowed to try to catch child predators. It has to be police. So listen to what they do here.
I had 2 detectives that worked that were there the whole time that were the ones, you know, we actually have video of them doing the texting and sending the messages.
They needed videos of that law enforcement chatting.
I'm not getting your faces.
Yeah, I'm cool with it, but they wanted to show law enforcement, not us touching the phones.
In fact, the recordings show there were conversations about having the detectives pose for videos as if they were the ones doing the texting. But the chief's claims did not surprise us. After all, Morris had also claimed we had never tried to get his side of the story.
I'm not sure what Channel 5, specifically Phil Williams, has against us. I have no idea. He hasn't talked to me.
Can we talk to you? Nope. So did you?
We haven't talked to me.
Well, why won't you talk to us about this, Chief? I don't have anything to say to you.
In fact, we had tried more than once.
The reason why I'm not going to say anything to you is because I don't like you.
Perhaps most shocking to me personally,
specifically Phil Williams.
The chief's claims did not surprise us. After all, Morris had also claimed we had never tried to get his side of the story.
I'm not sure what Channel 5, specifically Phil Williams, has against us.
Well, allow me to explain. Allow me to explain, Mr. Morris, chief, captain, lieutenant, major, whatever you want to call yourself. Let me explain to you what this mainstream state-run reporter has against you. You're a lying, corrupt, jackboot thug pig. We just saw how you're not allowed to run a predator sting against child predators unless you're a cop. So then they have the people who are actually good at running predator stings. They have them do the actual work and then have cops pose with phones as though they're doing the texting. That's lying, cheating. That's what that is, Brian. That's the reason. What he doesn't have anything against you. He has against you what you are doing. You are being a lying, cheating, disgusting pig, Brian Morris. That's what he has against you. That's what we all have against you. That's what 50% of this country has against you, Brian. You're a lying, cheating thug. You are, Brian. You are a lying, cheating thug. That's what people have against you, bro. We're sick of your bullshit, sick of your lies, sick of your abuse, sick of your scandals, sick of you not cleaning up your own backyard, sick of you getting all the body cam footage, sick of not having a special prosecutor, sick of you guys not being charged with crimes and calling it wrongdoing. That's what we don't like about you, Brian. And you are the top of the heap. You're the top of the trash. You're the top of the scumbags. Are there good cops? Maybe there are. It's impossible to remain good when you agree to put chains on people, when you agree to take people to a dungeon. You can't be a good person and not say to someone, hey, look, they tell me I got to put chains on you, but look in the camera right here and say you're going to comply. And then if you do anything wrong, I'm going to show the judge. Are you going to get in the car? But no, you're a bunch of drones led by this piece of shit scumbag. Scumbag. You're a scumbag, Brian Morris. That's what he has against you. That's what he's got against you, dude. All your bullshit and your lies is what it has against you.
I have no idea. He hasn't talked to me.
I just told you what he has against you. Now that's him right there, the reporter who you just said hasn't talked to me, coming up to talk to you, Brian.
Talk to you. Nope. So did you know about all these conspiracy theories? Well, why won't you talk to us about this, Chief? I don't have anything to say to you.
In fact, we had tried more than once.
The reason why I'm not going to say anything to you is because I don't like you.
But he's a member of the media. He's a member of the media. I don't know what you're talking about. Angry Vet says, apparently I'm a Fed narc now. Angry Vet, no, you're not. No, you're not. You are not. I don't know who's saying that about you. You're a Fed, you're a narc. That's not true. That's not true. I don't know where that's coming from, but I can tell you this, Angry Vet, I've had phone conversations with you. You are not a Fed and you are not a narc. I don't know who's saying that about you, but that's not true.
Perhaps most shocking to me personally came when Morris was asked about what he thought was the reason for my investigation.
The only thing I can think is that you are a pedophile or you're covering for somebody that is. That's the only issue or the only reason I can come up with.
No. So let me run this back 10 seconds so you can hear.
Personally came when Morris was asked about what he thought was the reason for my investigation.
The only thing I can think is that you are a pedophile.
Okay. So, bro, I'm so sorry. Chief, Captain, whatever military moniker you want to put on your name to make yourself feel important. Okay. The reporter's mad at you and targeting you to investigate you because there is supposed to be a proper policy, procedure, and protocol where the cops are supposed to do the child predator sting, and you weren't. You were lying and cheating. And that's why the mainstream state-run media reporters after you to investigate you, because you lied and said that you did it, but you're lying. And what do we know? Every time you lie, you lose the trust of the people, Brian. This is the reason why people don't like you, Brian. Because you're a lying, scum-sucking pig. That's why, Brian. I mean, put a 1 in the chat if I'm telling the truth. Brian, you're a lying, scum-sucking pig. That's what you are. There's no other way to see it, Brian. That's what you are, dog.
Or you're covering for somebody that is. That's the only issue or the only reason I can come up with.
And what the Millersville chief is doing there to me, making outrageous allegations with zero evidence, is something he and Sean Taylor have also done to other private citizens. But because the majority of the city commission appear to be, have the same fringe views, they've shown no interest in doing anything to rein them in. And by the way, the chief also said if anyone should be citizens, but because the majority of the city commission appear to be have the same fringe views.
Okay, so this is This is the reason we want to move to abolish police and replace them with peace officers, because every time you get a cop, then you get a cop's wife, a cop's kids, and then the wife and kids have family and friends, and then it just keeps going out, where pretty soon that we create this empathy for these lying, scum-sucking pigs. So we need less cops, less jail guards, less prison guards, because then it doesn't infect our society with the cancer that this reporter is dealing with in Tennessee. The less cops we have, the less there's cops' wives, cops' husbands, cops' kids, cops' friends, cops' families. The less cops we have, the better. Do we need security? We absolutely do. Are these guys dog shit crap right now? Yes. They're lying dog shit scumbags. I wish this wasn't true. Put a 1 in the chat if it's true. That at least 75% of the cops are lying scum shit scumbags. I mean, just if you think that at least 75% of the cops are scumbags, then put a 1 in the chat. I just want to know how many people actually believe that 75% or more of the cops today are lying scumbag. They suck. They totally, completely, and utterly suck.
They've shown no interest in doing anything to rein them in. And by the way, the chief also said if anyone should face any kinds of consequences, it's me for the trouble I've caused his department.
Wow.
It's hard to come up with words. Truly a department with zero accountability. But if you've reported...
No. So I love this end part here.
Department.
Wow.
Okay, so now this guy right here, he's going to say something that applies to every single police department in the country. Listen to what he says.
It's hard to come up with words. Truly a department with zero accountability. But if you...
Truly a department with zero accountability. My friend, every single pig shack in this country has zero accountability to us because an unelected Supreme Court has given them our rights. Whether I like it or not. It's not just the Tennessee Police Department. It's all of them. Every one of them across America have been given our rights. And we just trust the cop. And that's the problem. That's what we're dealing with today.
You've reported many times the TBI has an open investigation on this department.
Oh, so it's cops investigating cops.
That's right. And we're told by sources that investigators were in Millersville as recently as this past Friday, conducting interviews for their investigation.
Okay, we're gonna go another video here, but before we do, this is we're gonna get into this. Hold on 1 second. Let me pause this bad chicken here. Let me pause this bad chicken. Okay, let me pause this real quick because it has to be addressed. It has to be addressed. Oh, no, that's a different one. Let me just add it. Millersville Police Department, Tennessee. Okay. So let's just see real quick here. We're going to come right back to the video here where they're going to protect Sean Grayson while he's in jail, the guy who murdered. So here this is right here. So city of Millersville right there. What's his name? Brian Morris, I believe his name was, right? Let me just explain it to him so he understands, so that he can understand.
Thank you for calling the city of Millersville. If this is a fire or police emergency, please hang up and dial 911. If you have reached this recording during normal business hours, we are either on the phone or away from our desk. If you know the extension of the person you are trying to reach, please dial it now. For main office, to check on taxes, court clerk, utilities, sewer, public works, and fees, press 1. For police or police records, press 2. For building, planning, and...
Hi, you've reached the records department for the Millersville Police. Office hours are Monday through Friday.
Thank you for calling the city of Millersville. If this is a fire or police emergency, please hang up and dial 911. If you have reached this recording during normal business hours, we are either on the phone or away from our desk. If you know the extension of the person you are trying to reach, please dial it now. For main office, to check on taxes, court clerk, utilities, sewer, public works, and fees, press 1. For police or police records, press 2. For building, planning, and permits, press 3. For municipal codes and stormwater, press 4. For fire department, press 5. For the city recorder, press 6. For the city manager, press 7. For all other calls, please press 0. Once again, thank you for calling.
Your call is being transferred. Thank you for calling our company. To dial another extension, press 1. To leave a voicemail, press 2, or simply stay on the line. Please leave a message after the tone.
This is for Chief Brian Miller. Mr. Miller, my name is Chili DeCastro. I have a channel on YouTube called Delete Laws. I just saw a report on you from the news, and I saw your side where you said you didn't really understand why this journalist was targeting you with an investigation. Well, I just called to let you know why. The reason why, Brian, is because there's no accountability in policing. That you're a third party autonomous agency that gets the body cam footage, that there's no third party to prosecute cops, that you ran a predator sting with actual people who hunt down predators, but because cops have no skills or are incompetent, you had them do it, and then you had the cops pose as though they were the ones doing the texting to the child predators. Brian, because that's lying and cheating. And you can watch this. I'm leaving this message for you live on my channel on Delete Laws, that at least 50% of Americans, 50% distrust you or hate cops. Brian, I'm just honest about it. You, my friend, are a lying, scum-sucking pig. I don't know how else to say it. You have joined a Death Star. You have been completely infatuated with the power you have gotten, and you have become a corrupt scumbag pig. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry the truth is so brutal. I'm sorry the truth hits so hard. I'm sorry the truth is like a razor blade and just cuts. But the truth is, Brian, you become a scum-sucking loser. That's the problem, Brian. We're so sick and tired of the cops lying, cheating, murdering, raping, and killing. We're so sick of it. American public is sick of it. That's the reason why, Brian, you're being investigated by that journalist in Tennessee. That's the reason the cops, TBI, the super TBI cops, are investigating you, and they'll probably find no wrongdoing. Unless, of course, Brian, you've pissed off someone else in the fraternity and they outrank you and they're going to get rid of you, Brian. But the corruption will continue, because if you had towed the thin blue line properly, TBI would investigate you and find no wrongdoing. Not a crime, Brian. No wrongdoing. I just wanted to let you know. I've identified myself. I told you where you can find me. You know what? You'll never contact me. You would never have a conversation with me. Ever. Because I would lambaste you, my friend. I would pick you apart like you were a turkey on Thanksgiving. You would have no chance at any sort of rational, fair debate with me, because you have become the fear, the darkness, the terror. You have become the terrorist of the average American. And that's a fact, Brian. That's a fact. You are a total scumbag. And that's the reason why people feel how they feel about cops. That's the reason why half of us openly fucking hate you guys. Okay? I just want to be clear. I hope this was clear. Okay, Brian? I mean, is Brian going to get the message? I don't think so. You're going to listen to it and say, someone called up ranting and raving and said these things. I'm telling you the fucking truth, bro. I mean, that's the truth. Half of the people in your town where you live, where you're in power, are targeted by you scum-sucking cops. That's the reason why so many people hate the cops today, Brian. It's not because I say it out loud. It's because of you. I just wanted to be clear, all right? I would tell you to have a nice day, but you can literally go yourself, bro. Really.
Thank you.
Okay. There that is. I can't reach him. Piece of shit. Scumbag.
Is more than 90 minutes in length and shows deputies interacting and then booking Sean Grayson in the Menard County Jail shortly after his indictment. In the video, deputies tell him he'll be taken care of as Grayson talks about potentially being released. It's July.
Did he just say deputies tell him that he'll be taken care of?
Deputies tell him he'll be taken care of.
The deputies tell him that he'll be taken care of.
As Grayson talks about potentially being released. It's July 17th as Sean Grayson is brought into the booking area of the Menard County Jail. The men in the darker uniforms with red patches are Sangamon County Sheriff's deputies. Those in lighter uniforms are from Menard County.
Because you put it on a temp hold instead of putting all those charges on, you put it on a temp hold.
They briefly discuss how to temporarily keep Grayson's name off the county jail website for what we're told were security purposes.
What a load of shit. And this is the thing. Nobody's attacking the jails. No, they're trying to drop chemicals over with drones. They're trying to mail stuff in. They're trying to get chemicals in there. Nobody's attacking the jail or the prison. Zero people are attacking jails and prisons in this country. This is more hyperbolic bullshit that ruins freedom in America. They have to do this in the name of security and safety for the cops. Terry versus Ohio, the extension of it into everything.
Sean, these guys will take care of you. Thank you. Sheriff, you need anything? Either Miller, and by myself. If I can help with anything, you just have to shoot the they'll take care of you, Sean. You'll be hearing from us probably tomorrow, one way or another.
The Sangamon County deputies clear out, and a few minutes later, Grayson begins to discuss his charges and says he thinks he'll get out.
I can't imagine that they're not going to release me on. What are you being taken? I guess where'd that paperwork go? I mean, hopefully we got a copy that was. They're saying my charges are first degree murder, accidental with a weapon, and Christian misconduct. That's based off the grand jury. Yeah. That's what the state's attorney agreed, or that's what the state's attorney made the charges. So this is for my own safety, to put me in custody. So Marianne.
Nearly 30 minutes of audio were.
So he said that he's being arrested and put in custody for his own safety. My friend, it's not the 19th century anymore. There's no lynch mobs running around to get you. This is a cop fantasy. It's just a load of shit on a stick.
Redacted from this video, with the sheriff's office citing privacy exemptions to the state's public records law. But over the course of the next hour, we can see Grayson is later placed in a holding cell, makes phone calls to his fiancée and attorney, and has his picture taken. He later discusses his medical needs. He's been treated for cancer and currently has a colostomy bag. The Menard County Sheriff's Office told NBC5 Investigates Grayson is not getting preferential treatment and that the county's low inmate population and security measures are part of the reason he's alone.
Wait for your hot steaming water.
His arrest and indictment followed the July 6th shooting of Sonia Massey. Sheriff's deputies went to her home for a suspected prowler, but 2 days earlier, authorities had responded for mental health concerns. 11 days after the shooting, he's at the Menard County Jail awaiting his first court appearance, talking with the deputy about the jail's low inmate population when he says this.
I started last October, and this is the most we've had. Yeah. Well, this whole new safety act. Mm-hmm. That's why hopefully I'll be out tomorrow. Yeah.
But what does it show you? It shows you that it's cops protecting cops. I just want to run back to one part right here, just so you can hear this part right here. You know, they just put me in jail for 4 months for filming a cop.
For what we're told were security purposes.
Sean, these guys will take care of you.
All right, Chili. These guys are going to take care of you, says the lieutenant or the chief or the major or the commander. You think they came in and said, all right, Chili, these guys are going to take care of you? I didn't kill anybody. I filmed a cop and they put me in jail for 4 months. That's that piece of garbage, Ann Zimmerman.
Thank you. Sheriff, you need anything?
Sheriff, do you need anything?
Myself, if I can help with anything.
If I can help with anything. Sean Grayson murdered an unarmed woman who rebuked him in the name of Jesus. And then you're going to make sure Sean's okay.
They'll take care of you, Sean. You'll be hearing from us.
They'll take care of you, Chili, is what they told me when I went into jail. No, they didn't. 4 out of 5 of the cops, 4 out of 5 of the jail guards when I was in jail were total pieces of shit. Let me tell you a little jail story. So when I was in jail, here's the thing. There was 1 out of 5 cops in that jail. I'm not saying their names because I've had meetings with jail guards and we've recorded some audio now. So Clark County Detention Center, your cops are coming and meeting with me. I'm taking statements from them. I want you to know that, Clark County Detention Center. Your cops, the cops who work at the Clark County Detention Center, are meeting with me and giving me inside information. So let me explain to you my process in the jail. The jail guards, 1 out of 5 was really, really a cool, nice, normal person. Cool, but a normal human being that didn't get off on abusing you. 1 out of 5 of those guys was pretty cool. So 20% maybe, 1 out of 5. And that's why I'm not bashing all of the guards at CCDC, because there was 1 or 2 that was really cool to me. Really cool to me. You have no idea. 4 out of 5 were beta male chump bitches. Really. Ironically, one of the guards who I really hate is one of the guards who has met with me. And we've recorded some audio about some inside things that are happening at Clark County Detention Center. So my sleep schedule in the Clark County Detention Center jail was based on how big the asshole was coming in at 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. They had 12-hour shifts. They worked from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. or 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. My sleep cycle was based on which one of the 12-hour cops was the bigger piece of shit. Really, because I would try to sleep through whichever guard was the bigger piece of shit. I would try to sleep through his particular shift. But don't call them pigs. But don't call them pigs. Whatever you do, don't you call them pigs. They're going to take care of Sean Grayson. They're going to take care of him, the murdering pig who shot Sonia Massey in the eye, blew out the back of her head, and then let her bleed out and said, I don't want to waste my medical equipment on her because she's going to die anyway. But they're going to take care of him in jail. And you wonder why there's so many millions of people watch this channel. Because I say it. You guys suck. There's no good leadership in policing. Zero. Or you would move to digital detainment. You would move to non-violence, to putting tracking devices on people's cars if they won't roll down the window or open the door. No problem. Let me put a tracking device on your car. You boys can go home. I'm going to follow this guy. And when you park, I'm going to impound your car. But I'm not going to smash your window. I'm not going to chase you. Just going to follow you to wherever you go. Why aren't we doing that? Why isn't there a text messaging system if you have a warrant? Why don't they text message you, hey, you have an unpaid ticket, you now have a warrant? Why isn't that happening? Because it's a business to make money off your soul and your skin and your son and your daughter. It's a business to lock you up, to put you in a dungeon. And when you go to the dungeon, the jail guards will tell you, you're not supposed to be having a good time. You're being punished. And they believe that it's their job to punish you.
Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Shots fired. Stop the car. Stop the car.
It was this fatal moment 355 days ago that has now led a Franklin County grand jury to charge Officer Connor Grubb in the shooting death of Takaya Young. We have just confirmed that Grubb has turned himself in. That happened this morning. He is now set to face a judge in a little more than 24 hours from right now. Jessica Ralston joins us here in the studio with details of the new indictment and reaction from Blendon Township Police and the police union as well.
Well, Mike, Blendon Township Police Officer Connor Grubb just indicted on 10 counts by a grand jury. This jury hearing 2 days of evidence leading to 4 counts each of murder and felonious assault, and then 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter. It all stems from that August 24th date in 2023, the shooting death of 21-year-old Takaya Young and her unborn baby in a Kroger store parking lot. It was that day when Blendon Township officers received a report of a woman, Takaya, caught on camera stealing alcohol from the Sunbury Road Kroger. Police, who were already in the store's parking lot, confronted Young in her car. She was parked in a handicapped space. There were no license plates on the car, and there was a tote bag filled with liquor bottles on the front seat. This body cam video shows officers telling her to get out of her car twice and trying to open her driver's side door. She refused all police commands as her car moved forward. That police department says that the body cam video shows Officer Grubb getting hit by her car. He then shot a single shot through her.
Did you see it? She's sitting right there. You can see her 21-year-old face. She's doing about 2 miles an hour, just trying to pull away slowly. And Connor Grubb decides to shoot her while he's looking her in the eyes.
Officer Grubb getting hit by her car. He then shot.
Boom, right there. See the bullet hole right here? Do you see it?
Cam video shows Officer Grubb getting hit by her
No.
car.
I'm sorry, you lying state-run media piece of shit garbage reporter. He's not getting hit by her car. She's pulling out at 2 miles an hour, so don't lie. Don't lie. Don't lie, Local 12. Don't lie. Don't lie. You just lied.
He then shot a single shot through her front windshield, striking Young. She was rushed.
Oh, he's getting you, but you just said he's getting hit by a car. You lying state-run media reporter.
Department says that the body cam video shows Officer Grubb getting hit by her car. He then shot.
Oh, she's saying that's what they're saying. Okay.
A single shot through her.
And then there he is right there. Take a look up here at the left quarter panel.
Front windshield, striking Young.
Oh, look at that. He very easily moved his other leg around the other side from a 2 mile an hour moving car, but he shot her in the face.
He then shot.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. As clear as you see me now, taking a gun and boom, shooting that person when you're 2 feet away from their face. Look. Hey, coppers. Hey, my family and friends who can't take that Chili says these mean things online. Take a look at why I say it. Take a good look. Take a look at what's going on in our country. Wake the fuck up. They're shooting people 2 feet away from their God-blessed face. And you don't like what I say? Eat my shorts. Look at what they're doing to people. But I'm not going to entertain what you say online. Oh, you're not going to entertain what I say? But take a look at what's happening in our country. Cops are shooting 21-year-old women from this far away. But what Chili says is too much. He can't say that. They're fucking killing people. Do you not get it? Are you not paying attention? Wake up. Wake up. It's not what I'm saying online. It's what the cops are doing. And the Fraternal Order of Police is going to back him up. But it's what I'm saying online. You sure? You sure about that? You sure about that? Oh, it's just ridiculous.
A single shot through her front windshield, striking Young. She was rushed to St. Anne's Hospital, where she and her unborn daughter died. The Young family's attorney, Sean Walton, speaking with us just within the last hour.
The road to this point has been long.
Hold on a minute, okay? What could the cops have done if she's going to drive away? Could we put a tracking device on her car? Yes, we could. Could you put a magnet that has a tracking device on the back of the car? Could you stick any kind of tracking device on her car? In today's day and age, could you fall back and follow the car with a drone from 50 yards in the sky? You sure could. You sure could. If we had a decentralized peace officers corps, it would be real easy to say, hey, decentralized mobile 4, I got a woman who's fleeing from the parking lot. Can you get a drone up? We sure can. We'll get a drone up there right away. We're in the air now. Where's she at? She's exiting the Kroger parking lot on Main Street, taking a left. We got her. We got her in sight. Okay, then I'm just going to follow from a far distance. I'm going to send all the other guys home. When she parks, we're going to impound her car. Okay. We have the technology now to change everything. Well, then why are we doing it? Money and power. These dirty jackboot thug pigs don't want to give up their power. They want all the power. We have the guns and we're a third-party organization. Do you know that the police are not accountable to you and I? Do you know that they are a third-party organization? They have a contract with the city or the state, and that contract gives them complete autonomy. Did you know that? Just ridiculous.
Just within the last hour.
The road to this point has been long. Yeah, we can assert that although this journey has been a very tough one, the right conclusion was reached by the grand jury. The actions that led to the death of Takaya, the unnecessary aggression, the chilling commands that amounted to comply or die, were there for us all to witness in dreadful clarity. Takaya's life and that of her daughter were extinguished in an act of brutality, becoming yet another symbol of the urgent need for reform in police conduct and accountability.
We are also hearing from Blenton Township Police following this grand jury indictment. Police Chief John Belford releasing a statement saying in part that his department will
listen to this. Officer Grubb acted within the law.
now begin the disciplinary review process. He says, quote, no one at Blenton Township has passed any judgment on whether Officer Grubb acted within the law.
The police department hasn't passed any judgment. Well, let me clue you guys in on something. The rest of us have. Put a 1 in the chat if you've passed judgment. I have. Let me put a 1 for me. I've passed judgment on Grubb, on Connor Grubb, that he's a murdering pig. He shot a 21-year-old woman from 2 feet away from her face as she was going 2 miles an hour. The rest of us have. Why haven't you? Why haven't you? You scumbag pig shack.
However, since people who have been indicted may not legally possess a firearm, the indictment against him leaves us with no choice but to begin the disciplinary process. The Fraternal Order of Police also weighing in, President Brian Steele saying that Capital City Lodge number 9 is deeply disappointed with the decision to indict. He believes this is politically motivated.
This is why people hate cops. This is why you have me as a spokesperson for millions of people to say that you are a scum-sucking piece of shit devil. You're a devil. That you are the devil. Let me read this for you out loud. Like all cops, Grubb had to make a split-second decision. No, he didn't. She was going 2 miles an hour. He could have rolled off and let her go. Could you imagine that? He could have put a tracking device on her car. You didn't have to shoot a 21-year-old woman from 2 feet away in the face. You didn't have to. I think he shot her right in the heart, but you could see the color of her eyes as he shot her. And then he goes on to say, a reality too familiar for those who are there to serve and protect our community. Well, there's another lie. You're there for your pension, for your overtime, for your money, for you. So, because you're a beta male chumpzilla, you were always a dork. You probably got beat up in high school. You're a total loser. And so you signed up because you went to the military and you were told after that, just keep following orders and being told what to do and do whatever you're told by the government. That's a third of the cops in America. And then he goes on to say, these decisions are made under extreme pressure and often in life-threatening situations. But there was no life-threatening situation. She was going 2 miles an hour. He rolled right off just like that, no problem. So there wasn't a life-threatening situation. With the primary goal of safeguarding the general public and their own lives. But that, again, is not true. That's not true. He was killing her because she wouldn't do what he said. She didn't respect his authority. And so then he murdered her. I mean, that's just the simple fact.
Beyond that, Steele says, like all law enforcement officers, Officer Grubb had to make a split-second decision, a reality. Capital City Lodge number 9 is deeply disappointed. Weighing in, President Brian Steele saying that Capital City Lodge number 9 is deeply...
Capital City, FOP, Capital City Lodge 9. Oh, there's a Facebook group there too. Did you see that? Did you see that? There's a Facebook group here. What does this say right here? Oh my goodness. Would you take a look at this? There's a number right there. Oh my goodness. Can you believe that? Mr. Steele, let me give you a call. Let me give you a call, Mr. Steele. Can you guys hear that?
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Mr. Steele, my name is Chili DeCastro. I'm recording this call as I leave it for you. I just saw your statement regarding Shakira Young, I think her name is, the woman in Ohio who got shot by Connor Grubb. He shot her 2 feet away from her face, looking her in the eyes when he shot her in the heart. And then you went on to say that he needed to make a split-second decision. I'm just giving you a call to tell you that that's not true. That Takaya Young was doing 2 miles an hour, and that dirty cop Connor Grubb could have rolled right off the car. You see, you joined with something that is inherently evil. You have become evil. You are a bad person, Mr. Steele. You are a bad human being. You have become indoctrinated in a Death Star, in evil. You are the evil in our country. You're the darkness. You're the terror. You're the fear in the night. You are the boogeyman, Mr. Steele. You, my friend, I swear, I hope you burn in hell for being the piece of shit loser that you are. I really do. I hope that when our time on earth comes to end, you go to hell. That's what I hope for you. And I hope you burn in the eternal pit of fire forever and ever and ever, because you are a demon. You're a devil. You're a succubus. You're a vampire. You are the worst of humanity. Connor Grubb didn't need to make a split-second decision. Connor Grubb could have let Shakaya go home. Shakaya. Her name is now dead. She's dead. And you're the piece of scum who's trying to defend the guy who shot a 21-year-old girl 2 feet away. You're such a scumbag, dude. You're such a scumbag. I invite you on the show. The name of the channel is Delete Laws. I'm recording this. Everybody, right now, there's 400 plus people here listening. People listening right now are hearing me tell you what a scumbag piece of shit you are. Really? Why don't you come on Delete Laws and defend yourself? You piece of shit, loser pig. Why don't you defend yourself? Why don't you stop hiding behind the internet, behind the phone lines? Why don't you come on and have a conversation? I openly say I hate you disgusting pigs. I got no problem saying it. Why don't you come on, Mr. Steele? Why don't you come on? Come on the show and let's have a conversation out loud about what you have become, about the scumbag you are, Steele. Really? You want to have a conversation? I'm open to it. My number showed up on your caller ID. Call me back. Let's have a conversation. We'll make it public. You can defend the murderer's actions like you just did with a statement to the media. He needed to make a split-second decision. He couldn't have put a tracking device on her car. Oh, that's right. You don't care about tracking devices. All you care about is killing, raping, pillaging, stealing, looting. You're the robber. You are the lowest form of parasite human on earth, if you're a human being. Okay, I just want to be clear. My disdain for you is unbelievable. You're the scumbag defending the murderer. You're the worst of all humanity. All right, I'd wish you good luck, but I don't wish it for you. I really don't. I'm sorry. I just don't have any more patience for these scumbag pigs. I just don't have any more patience for them. My patience with them is completely gone. They keep on defending what they're doing. Here it is right here. Here's the I'm going to drop the link for their Facebook page right here. I'm going to drop the link for these scumbags. Capital City Lodge 9. Of course it's in Ohio. Of course it is. Of course it is. Ohio's one of the worst police states. It could be the absolute worst. Missouri's got the Policeman Bill of Rights. Chili, call them POS, suits them better than pigs. Yeah, you could be right there. You could be right there. So you got a bunch of pigs who are clearly hurting another person. And this guy's standing there pointing and talking. See him right here? Okay, he had no idea they were undercover cops until this cop pulled out his badge and showed it to him. You see that? He doesn't know what he's doing. And even still, this is not an aggressive action, touching the guy and saying, hey, you got him, you got him. Look, he's putting his hand on him saying, hey, you got him. His other hand is behind his back. I mean, it's just so unbelievable. It's so unbelievable what you're seeing. So now this cop comes around the corner. He's only having a discussion about the amount of abuse they're doing to this guy. Wow. And he severely hurts the man. He smacks the back of his head on the concrete. See that? He's knocked unconscious right there. See his body stiffen, his legs go together. And you can hear the guy that they're doing it to saying, "You're hurting me, you're hurting me." Toronto police charge man who was seriously injured by plainclothes officer. They charged him. The wrong person was charged. Obviously, the charge is to try to cover their asses. So, let me go back to that scum-sucking pig I just called Mr. Steele. You see, you scum-sucking pig? Do you see? Do you see? The guy who gently touched the guy on the side and said, "Hey, you're hurting him, who had his hand behind his back, your scum-sucking pig organizations where it's all about protecting this third-party entity. When I'm governor, I'm going to put a third party in charge of prosecuting you disgusting pigs. I'm going to have criminal codes created and passed through the legislature to charge you pigs with crimes. You're not going to get away with this. This isn't going to last. It's only now. It's darkest before the dawn. It's darkest now. I just started. I've been here less than 3 years. Less than 3 years. I'm 49. I got 30 years left. You're so screwed. I'm going to change the whole thing. They do it so often, they can't be sued. Oftentimes, civil action can't be undertaken while criminal charges are pending. The DA will offer to drop the charges if he doesn't sue. He was taking 2 steps backward after the officer showed his badge. This was a reasonably concerned citizen. The cop, as usual, took things from 0 to 100. Let's see what he's saying. He's standing right there. He shows him the badge. Let's watch the man here. He took 2 steps back as he was told to back up. Oh, wow. If you really take a look at it, he complied with what the undercover cop told him to do. So he says, back up. The undercover cop steps forward and he takes a step back. He takes another step back before this scum-sucking pig. Wow. 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 100% correct. Dude didn't obstruct anything. 100% correct. Animals. All cops are bastards. Of course, because ACAB. Unbelievable. Cops are sociopaths, psychopaths, and have no place in society. So the thing is Mr. Steele from the Fraternal Order of Police, Cabin Lodge number 9. Are you reading? To family and friends who don't understand why I do and say the things I do. Are you reading? I didn't create these comments. It's happening to over half of the people in our community, in Canada, in Germany, in France, across the world. We've turned into a total police state. And we still have these bootlickers who support these disgusting pigs. Do you see? Do you see what's happening here? Do you see what's going on? Do you see? So it's not me doing this. It's just me telling the truth that you cannot become a law enforcer and remain a good person. Once you join law enforcement, you become a scum-sucking pig. I'm sorry. I wish that wasn't true, but it is. And it's unfortunate, but it is true.
Was captured on officer body camera.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Hello's for suckers. Don't say hello. They don't want to be your friend. Don't say anything like that.
Hey, how y'all doing? Hello. Officer Code QPD, do you have your driver's license? What happened? Well, your tent is illegal, so I want to test it and let you know for sure.
Oh, well, I'm not letting you test it, so you can write it. You can write it.
Okay. So you're not going to let me test your tent?
No, sir. You can go ahead and write the ticket. I'm not sure if I have it, and I don't just want to be fumbling around in it. But I do have my own registration and everything.
God bless America. For the love of God, for the love of God, you have your license, registration, and proof of insurance ready to go. You immediately invoke your Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Immediately. You always pull down your trifold and you invoke your Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Do you understand that? Drophead 74, damn bootlickers just make issues worse. I want a hello for suckers t-shirts. It's in the works. I'm making one. I talked to Michael Eline last night. I'm going to go on his show in about 2 hours, DLZ Central. But listen, I want you guys to understand something. You have got to follow a rigid set of policies, procedures, and protocols. The moment the cop walks up, you slide your trifold down, you get your camera going, and you say, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. It's on camera that I've invoked my Fifth Amendment right. Do not harass me any further. I don't want to talk to you. Do not ask me where I'm going, where I'm coming from, where I've been, if I've been drinking, if I have a gun. I'll take no tests or no searches or seizures. Use the address on my ID. I'll give no additional information. Everything I need to provide is in the slip below, which is your license, registration, and proof of insurance. And then if he says step out of the car, you say, I'll be happy to step out. But step one is you understanding it's my right to film cops. I'm going to be filming this interaction. Here's my camera. Don't take my camera out of my hand, because if you do, violating the First Amendment on camera removes cops' qualified immunity. Now I understand Pennsylvania versus Mims says I got to get out of the car. I'm going to step out of the car. But first, I want to show you this. Don't violate my First Amendment. Those are the words you use. And those are the only words that you use.
You don't have your driver's license with you?
I'm not sure.
And for the love of God, have your license, registration, and proof of insurance. Someone ran something by me yesterday. They want somebody, one of the people in one of the moderators in the crowd here, for me to set up a website where you can put in a picture of your ID, your license, and registration, and then I send you back a laminated copy of your license, registration, and proof of insurance. That's what one of the moderators wants to do. And I'm considering it. I'm thinking about it. And I'm not quite sure yet if I want to do it, but I'm thinking about it.
Where y'all headed?
I was going to get my baby sister.
Okay.
Hey, man, I got to get rid of this car. It's a car. It's always a problem. They always think I'm a male. I'm not. Here we go, actually.
A male? I'm going to have to test your tent. I mean, I'd rather do that than have to take it further than that. So can you just roll it up a little?
Yes, sir. Let me call my daddy.
Once everyone gets overhead, we'll go through this breaking up tent.
Okay. What are you calling him for?
Property.
No, I have to test it to know where it's at.
Daddy, I done got pulled over. And his all the way black. Daddy, I just got pulled over. This officer literally waited. He literally went in a neighborhood to pull. Like he went in a
There's
neighborhood.
nothing against I can't do that. That's fine. Please.
Now he's talking about my team, but I told him I don't want him to test my team. Just write the ticket.
Sir, if she doesn't let me test it, she'll go to jail.
Okay, so why is that? Okay, why can a cop take you to jail for not letting you test your tinted windows? Why is that? Does anybody know the reason why? Does anybody know how come that is? Why is that? Why can you go to jail for not letting the cop test your tinted windows? And can you go to jail because you have tinted windows? Can you do that? I'm going to come right back to this video. We're at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And the 2001 case of Atwater versus City of Lago Vista. Now, I've listened to the oral arguments before. Under Texas law, it's a misdemeanor punishable by only a fine, either for a front passenger in a car equipped with safety belts not to wear one, or for the driver to fail to secure any child riding in the front seat. In 1997, Gail Atwater was driving her truck in Lago Vista, Texas. Neither of Atwater's children who were in the front seat was wearing a seatbelt. Remember what it says, punishable by only a fine for her kids not wearing seatbelt. Lago Vista pig Bart Turek observed the violations and pulled Atwater over. Ultimately, Gail was torture cuffed and put in jail and released on bond. Gail Atwater then filed suit alleging that Turek's actions had violated her Fourth Amendment right to be free of unreasonable seizure, an unreasonable arrest. In granting the city summary judgment, the district court ruled the claim meritless. In affirming, the en banc, all the judges from the circuit court held that the arrest was not reasonable under the Fourth Amendment because no one disputed that Turek had probable cause to arrest Atwater, that the arrest was not unreasonable. So when you go to the circuit, the district court read that. Then in the circuit court, an en banc means all of the judges, every one of them. It was not an unreasonable arrest because he had probable cause to arrest her because she wasn't wearing a seatbelt. You follow that? And every judge there was in affirming, every judge on the circuit court held that it wasn't unreasonable because he had probable cause. And there was no evidence that the arrest was conducted in an extraordinary manner, unusually harmful to Atwater's privacy interests. Well, I see, this is the whole thing. None of those piece of shit judges have been torture cuffed and drugged down to a dungeon. For my family and friends who watch my channel and can't believe what Chili says out loud, those are the 50% of people who don't have to deal with these scum-sucking pigs. Every judge on that en banc panel at the circuit court, none of them have been torture cuffed, dragged down to a dungeon, strip searched, and thrown into a holding cell. None of them. Zero. That's why they could so easily write that it wasn't done in an extraordinary manner. So the question then became, when she sued and it went all the way to the Supreme Court, does the Fourth Amendment, by incorporation or common law restrictions on misdemeanor arrests or otherwise, limit a cop's authority to arrest without warrant for a minor criminal offense? And would you take a look? The conservatives, once again, these ones voted against it. The conservatives. Oh, I'm so sorry if you think conservatives are good. The conservatives, the right, are the people who fuck us over. If you're on the right, you're part of fucking us over. The reason why I won't hold my nose and vote for the dumpster fire is because he wants to hold police harmless. He wants to make it so we can't sue them. I identify as conservative in a lot of ways. Take a look at what the conservative judges did. Then the one liberal, David Souter, right there, you see him right here. This is the one liberal with 4 conservatives. No, in a 5-4 opinion delivered by Justice David Souter, the piece of shit right here. The court held that the Fourth Amendment does not forbid warrantless arrest for minor criminal offenses such as misdemeanor seatbelt violations, punishable by only a fine. Well, maybe, just maybe, in 2001, there wasn't social media and the internet like there is today. Maybe this should be overturned. Maybe Atwater versus City of Lago Vista should be overturned. Maybe everything should not be arrestable. Let me think about that. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't be able to be arrested by a dirty fucking pig because you didn't wear your seatbelt or because your windows were tinted. Maybe, just maybe, this is the reason why I'm constantly telling you, invoke your Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and don't say anything. Do you understand? You don't say anything. If an officer has probable cause to believe, not even probable cause to believe that an individual has committed even a very minor criminal offense in his presence, he may, without violating the Fourth Amendment, arrest the offender, wrote David Souter. Justice Sandra Day O'Connor, in a dissenting opinion, wrote, neglects the Fourth Amendment's express command in the name of administrative ease and thus cloaks the pointless indignity that Gail Atwater suffered at the mantle of reasonableness. There it is right there. There it is right there. Anything is arrestable. Absolutely anything is arrestable. You crossed on a red, you walked across the street when the light was red, that's arrestable. You didn't use your blinker, that's arrestable. You didn't have your headlights on, that's arrestable. Anything is arrestable. Anything they can say that you did that broke the law, any kind of law breaking, is probable cause. Probable cause is when you have broken the law, not probable cause to believe. Probable cause to believe starts with Brinegar versus United States, 1949. That's the first place that I believe it's Brinegar. (1949), Brinegar versus United States. This is where the first time I ever read probable cause to believe. Probable cause to believe is in Brinegar. I wish it would just... This is where probable cause to believe starts. And this is an extension of Carroll versus United States of 1925. So probable cause to believe, the first time I ever read that was in Brinegar versus United States, 1949, is the first place I ever saw it.
Followed was captured on officer body camera.
But I do have my own registration and everything.
You don't have your driver's license with you?
I'm not sure.
Where y'all headed?
I was going to get my baby sister.
Okay.
Hey, man, I gotta get rid of this car. It's the car. It's always a problem. Like, I always think I'm a male. I'm not. Here we go, actually.
A male? I'm going to have to test your tent. I mean, I'd rather do that than have to take it further than that. So, can you just roll it up a little?
Yes, sir. Let me call my daddy.
Once everyone gets overhead, we'll go through this breakdown.
There's nothing against. This is ridiculous. I'm just.
He said if I don't let him test my tent, then I'm going to jail.
Yeah.
But this man is literally targeting me. He literally purposely drove through a neighborhood. That's what I thought. I know you can't go to jail for.
Right now, she's resisting.
No. You hear what she just said?
Purposely drove through a neighborhood. That's what I thought. I know you can't go to jail for.
Right now, she's resisting this investigation. So if she can't roll the window up,
you can't.
Sir,
You don't have to cooperate.
Daddy, can you please come here?
Okay. You have
Where
to,
you at?
You have to
I'm
cooperate.
at the same store where I just got a gun pulled at me at. This man got me at the same spot where I just got a gun.
I'm really not trying to do this today.
Yes, sir.
Ask him is that an order?
Yes, it's an order. It's a lawful order for you to roll your window up a little bit so I can test it. I'm not trying to do this.
But what if she don't want to let you test it?
Then
You can't take her to jail.
Then she'll be resisting the whole investigation.
That's not resistance.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is because you're not allowing me to do my job.
Okay, listen, she don't have to help you do your job.
Yes, she does.
She don't have to help you investigate. Okay, take her to jail and I'm gonna just do y'all. Do your job then.
It's not a lawsuit.
Do your job and we're gonna see.
Can I talk to you and not him, please?
He said he want to talk to me and not you, but I don't feel the need to talk to him.
It don't matter. You don't have to let.
Okay, this is the whole point. This is the entire point. You have to have a guide with you to remind you that you plead the fifth and don't say anything else. If he asks you to roll up the window, you say, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. And that's it. He can't ask you again. It's on camera. You should be filming and invoking your Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. That's it. You don't answer another question. Will you roll your window up? I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. I don't want to answer any more questions without my counsel present. There it is right there. It's on camera. Please don't question me further. Well, roll your window up. He can't make you roll your window up. He can arrest you for anything. Anything is probable cause. It doesn't matter what it is. You can be arrested. You can be arrested for absolutely anything. You could be arrested for anything. It doesn't matter what it is.
You waited for me to pull out of that
That
neighborhood
doesn't
to get
matter.
behind
None
me,
of that
sir.
matters.
You literally did that.
Ma'am, if you just roll your one up a little bit, I'm going to test it, and I'll let you know
No,
where
you
it's at.
don't have to cooperate.
Can you just write me the ticket, sir, and we can do it like that?
I need to know where it's at.
You can't write you a ticket if you can't test.
Exactly. So now you're
That's
making
why
my
he wants
job
you to
impossible.
test.
That's the definition of resisting.
Officer Koch argues that Ms. Washington's actions in refusing to roll up her window so he could test the window tint constituted resisting because she was making it impossible for him to do his job. According to Section 843.02 of the Florida statutes, quote, whoever shall resist, obstruct, or oppose any officer in the lawful execution of any legal duty without offering or doing violence to the person of the officer shall be guilty of a misdemeanor of the first degree. In general, courts have determined that an individual can be convicted of so-called resisting under this statute if they refuse to comply with a police officer's lawful order. For instance, in the 2023 case of Senko versus Jackson, the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, which has jurisdiction over Florida, held that officers had probable cause to arrest a citizen for resisting when he failed to comply with orders to stop his car and then refused to exit his vehicle when ordered to do so.
Your car's moving, though. There's a difference.
In the 2017 case of U.S. versus Hawley, the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals determined that because it was necessary to roll down a car window to complete tint testing, officers had the authority to require a driver to roll down his window to submit to testing. Well, given this precedent, it seems likely that a Florida court would also conclude that officers can lawfully order drivers to roll up their windows to comply with window tint testing. We will discuss the constitutionality of Officer Koch's order that Ms. Washington roll up her window at further length later in this episode, but for now, it is important to recognize that a court could conclude that Ms. Washington refused to
Okay, so Audit the Audit. Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys know about this channel. Cop Sucking Channel. Audit the Audit doesn't say that you shouldn't be compelled to roll up your window or to roll down your window. He doesn't say that this 100% is unconstitutional and that we should resist and fight this. He always just chooses the cop sucking route. And it's constant. It's constant. You know, he wants the subscribers of the cops and the people who don't like cops and the state. He wants every subscriber, like, view, and comment. I don't care. I'm not going to stop doing what I do. So she gets arrested. She gets arrested. She goes to jail. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go too far in you know what they do over at Audit the Audit here, but I've called, I've texted, I've reached out, I've sent emails to Audit the Audit. You know, the simple truth is that this person who runs Audit the Audit, if you do well on YouTube and you get millions of views, you make tens of thousands of dollars. We don't get millions of views here. I mean, we get millions of views on the shorts and people hear my messaging, but on the long form videos, we don't get millions of views because I'll do no cop sucking. There will be no cop sucking here. You have to be willing to conform to what the majority of society believes for millions of people to, it's like watching other auditors who are super respectful to these pigs, and I'm not. And I'm not going to be. I don't respect cops. I'm not going to be respectful to them. They don't respect us. What they'll do when they arrest you is they'll arrest you and they'll say, put your hand behind your back, please, sir. As though talking kindly to you is going to change the torture of the torture cuffs. So I'm not a subscriber to Audit the Audit. And the reason is because of the cop sucking that he does. So that's all I'll say about that. It's frozen. It's still going, but it's just taking its time here. We're still clicking, but the video is frozen. See, why should you be treated this way? Why should another person be able to go around and open your car door? Why? Why should this be allowed? Why should this piece of shit be able to stick a light in my face? Look at him sticking on his murder gloves. You can see it. He's putting on his murder gloves. You can see it. Let me back up a little bit. Watch him come. Well, look at him coming running up, and the first thing he's doing is getting on his murder gloves. Oh, just punches her in the face. Did you see it? So that's a woman right there. That's a woman. Okay. And now ripped her weave off her head. Okay. Now he's going to grab her by the head. There. Now here it is. Fort Wayne, Indiana. Fort Wayne PD releases in-car body cam footage. Punches her in the face there. Punches her in the face right there. Punches her in the face again. Look, he's attacking her. He's savagely attacking her. Look at that. Look what he's doing to her. Look what he's doing. Someone's screaming for them to chill out. But it's my fault. It's what I say. I'm influencing people to hate police. Do you hate what you just saw? Do you hate that? Because what I just saw makes me hate police. I don't know. Do you think it could be? Do you think maybe it could be, hey, get out of the car? She says no. Get out of the car. She says no. He already put on his murder gloves. Take a look again. And now he's going to squat his body all the way down and jerk her out without any sort of care at all about her limbs, her shoulder, her back, her elbow, nothing. Watch. Look at that. And they'll say it was for officer safety. They had to do that in the name of officer safety. It doesn't look like they're scared of her at all. It doesn't look like at all whatsoever. You mean we couldn't put a tracking device on her car and then say, okay, you could do whatever you want, but wherever you park, we're going to impound your car. I don't need any other coppers. I'm just going to call a tow truck when you park your car. We couldn't do that. We sure could. We sure could. You mean you don't got to rip people out of their car and beat them up? No, you don't, because he doesn't just rip her out of her car. As soon as she doesn't want to be manhandled. And look, did she throw a punch? It looks like he tried to grab her and lost his balance. Did you see that? He tried to rip her down to the ground. Watch him. Now right here, ready? He tries to grab her. But you see that? Did you see it? This is on Reddit, so I can't slow it down. So now watch. Now he's going to try to grab her right here. And then when he falls back, he gets frustrated that he falls back. So he just starts slugging her. You see that? He fell backwards. But now watch. Did she punch at him? No. Did she scratch his eye? No. What did she do? Nothing. And he starts punching her in the face. Punches her in the face. Now look at him. But it's what I say. What Chili says about cops on his channel, he's so mean. I'm not even going to entertain listening to you. Maybe you should, bro. Maybe you should entertain listening to me. Maybe that's a jackboot thug pig right there. Maybe, just maybe. Maybe he lost control over his emotions. Maybe, just maybe. Punch, punch. She is still a female, isn't she? She is female, right? Maybe you should take a look at how cops are treating people. Maybe you should understand that I just tell the truth out loud. These guys are scum. You can't be a good man and behave that way. You can't. Give me your fucking hands is what they're saying. Give me your fucking hands as they abuse and beat her and put her in torture cuffs and justify their actions because she didn't comply. She didn't do what they told her to do when they told her to do it.
There's a 15.
Here's
No, that's not how this works. You need to come out of the car. No, it's not. I didn't do it. We need you to step out of the car. No fucking right. Step out of the car. No, or I'm gonna make you step out. Lawyer, and you can back the fuck. Am I right? We have cameras, so we can do this easy. Or right, but okay. So let me see me running the stop sign. You got your camera, right?
Okay, so this whole thing is about her running a stop sign. Well, then shit. I didn't know she'd run a stop sign. took her. They should have killed this. They should have killed her. She ran a stop sign. She should be murdered. They should take her out and execute her. She ran a stop sign? She ran a stop sign? Are you kidding me?
We have cameras.
Okay, so let me see it.
No, I'm not showing you the
Well, I'm
camera.
about to call my lawyer and you can back the fuck up because I'm not running no fucking light.
Step out of the car. No, or I'm gonna make you step out of the car, okay?
Oh, so he goes right to, you step out of the car or I'm going to make you step out of the car. You know what's really funny about that? In the trifold here that I wrote down a bunch of Supreme Court cases on, in the trifold right here, it says you have to step out of the car in the name of officer safety. It says right here, officer safety is legitimate and weighty, removing you from the auto. The law is that you must get out when lawfully stopped. The reason you get out is for officer safety. The cop believes you're armed and presently dangerous to order you out of the car. If the cop doesn't believe that you're armed and presently dangerous, then Pennsylvania versus Mims doesn't apply. That's why it says on the bottom, if by video you can show there's no way a reasonable officer could believe you're armed and presently dangerous, you can challenge the order unlawful because it's against the spirit of the law. Challenging the law could certainly get you arrested. But it doesn't look like in this video they're standing in front of her car.
Fuck up because I'm not running no fucking light.
Step out of the car.
Okay, she doesn't look armed and dangerous to me. Well, look at that. You can see that she doesn't have any weapons on her. So she doesn't have to step out of the car. They're violating Pennsylvania versus Mims because they don't believe that she's armed and presently dangerous.
Okay, well, I'm about to call my lawyer and you can back the fuck up because I'm not running no fucking light.
Step out of the car. No, or I'm gonna make you step out of the car, okay?
Oh, so she doesn't want to step out of the car because it's an unlawful order. Pennsylvania versus Mims is based on the fact that the copper believes you're armed and presently a danger to him. She's wearing a little tiny dress. She's not armed and presently dangerous. So him ordering her out of the car is an unlawful order. But do you think she has an attorney? You think she's going to have the powerful attorney to be able to fight the Jackboot Thug Pig organization?
We need you to step out of the car. We can have a conversation in the back.
No.
Why? It's not you don't get to order people out of the car to have a conversation. You get to order people out of the car if you believe that the person is armed and presently dangerous. Pennsylvania versus Mims is an extension, jurisprudence, stare decisis of Terry versus Ohio. Without Terry versus Ohio, there is no Pennsylvania versus Mims. It doesn't exist. Without Terry, there's no Pennsylvania versus Mims. OTVO.
No, it's no, that's not how this works. You need to come out of the car.
Why can't she just said it. What conversation?
No, it's
There's no conversation. Give her a ticket.
No, that's not how this works.
No,
you need to come
that
out of
is
the car.
how it works.
No, it's
because
not.
I didn't do anything, and you're
If I have to put hands on you and you resist, you're gonna get another charge. Okay? So we just.
Oh, Sophie says it. Did you hear this? Did you hear it? Hey, to family and friends that got a problem with me, fuck this pig. Did you hear it? Let me say it again. Fuck this pig. Sorry for the bad language. He can go and burn in hell. Listen to what he says here.
If I have to put hands on you and you resist, you're going to get another charge. Okay?
If I got to put hands on you and you're going to resist, you're going to get another charge, okay? As long as I talk like this, then that makes me a good person. As long as I talk like this before I do my tyranny to you and I ruin your life, as long as I talk like this, sir, can you please put your hand behind your back? I'm going to put these torture cuffs. Thank you for cooperating, sir, while I put you in torture cuffs and drag you down to a dungeon. If you're going to resist, I got to put my hands on you. You're going to get another charge. Piece of shit fucking pig. Piece of shit pig. But if he says it like this,
if I have to put hands on you and you resist, you're going to get another charge, okay? So
if I got to put hands on you and you resist, you're going to get another charge, okay? I'm just explaining it to you. Even though I'm violating Pennsylvania versus Mims, I'm telling you I'm going to do it anyway.
we just need you to step out so we don't have to force you to come out. Do it. Step out of the car. Do it. Step out of the car. Okay. Step out of the car. Don't you fucking kick me. Bitch. Don't fucking kick me. Put your hands behind your hands. Put your hands behind your back. Give me your fucking hands. Give me your fucking hands. Stars at 15. Give me your hands.
Cops keep us safe. This is one of the last things I heard from somebody who I know. The cops keep us safe. Is that what's going on here? It's a stop sign ticket, isn't it? I mean, let's say she's guilty, that she ran the stop sign. This is just a stop sign ticket, isn't it? So she doesn't have to get out of the car, right? Right? But cops keep us safe. If you're on this half of society, especially if you're white, sorry, it's true. But cops keep us all safe. Are you sure? You know, to the people in my life who have a problem with what I do, I hope it happens to you, but you don't die. I hope it happens to you, but you don't get your face rearranged. I hope it happens to you, but you don't get put in the dungeon for too long. I hope that you experience it so you understand why there's so many millions of people who can't stand these disgusting pigs. Cops keep us safe. Did you see it? Does she look safe to you?
Give me your fucking hands. Give me your fucking hands. Stars at 15. Give me your hands. Spray real quick. Give me your hands.
I'm going to spray her real quick. So, two full-grown men can't take her on without using a taser or chemical spray. Earning the hate. You're the reason why we hate cops. Let me get the spray.
Give me your hands. Spray real quick. Give me your hands. You're getting pepper spray. Give me your hands.
I can't have
Give me your hands.
You got my hands. You got my hands.
Give me your hands.
You got
Look, you're not supposed to spray somebody in the face from 2 inches away. That's not how you pepper spray somebody. You don't put the spray up to their eye and spray them. That's not how you spray people. That's not how you're supposed to pepper spray somebody. He's putting that right up to her face, right up to her eyes.
my hands.
You are not listening.
You got my hands.
Put them behind your back.
How? If you got them,
Put them behind your back. I can't.
I
got this one.
They got some hands. Get your hands up.
Look,
stop.
You're so bitch.
Look at him pushing her face into the concrete with his body weight. Look at what he's doing to her.
Everything's party.
Look at what he's doing to her. He's a huge dude. Her arms are out to the sides and he's pushing her face into the concrete. Friends and family who have a problem with what I do, are you seeing what's happening? You think that's right? You think that's a right way to treat somebody? You think that's a good thing? Could you imagine for a moment how many people have been treated this way by the cops? Put a 1 in the chat if you've been treated this way by these disgusting JBTPs. Put in the comment section, JBTP, Jack Boot Thug Pig. He's got 200 plus pounds in the back of her head, pushing her face into the concrete. But it's me. I say mean things and I call them pigs. Chili, you're such a bad guy. I'm a bad guy. You ever see me do this to anybody? You ever see me do this to anybody? But I'm the bad guy. Okay.
I got this one.
They got some hands. Get your
Now,
hands up.
Stop.
Look at the amount of pressure he's putting into.
You're so bitch. Everything's recorded, you dumb fuck. And you just punched me in my face.
Yeah, you kicked me.
Bitch, because you hit me. And you pulled my fucking wig off.
It ain't take
Stay back. I don't have this one.
I know it ain't take two of y'all, bro. I know it ain't take two of y'all, bro.
Stop.
No.
Stop.
That's it, bro. I be watching y'all. Hey, chill out with your knee, bro. Hey, chill out, bro.
Stay back.
Chill out, bro. Hey, bro, do your regular training, nigga. Do your regular fucking training.
It's over. It's over.
No, it is over, bro.
Grab that off.
It is over. It should take one of y'all.
You're done.
Get up.
Y'all some hoes.
You're done.
Y'all some hoes, bro. Both of y'all some hoes, bro.
He sprayed her in the face. Where's the water or the milk for her face right now?
Little did y'all know I'm fucking one of y'all cops, bitch. You done. Done.
Should have listened.
Yeah, you good.
You should have just listened.
You should have just listened, huh? You know, or it could be that this was a fucking stop sign ticket. It could be that. This was a stop sign ticket. You disgusting pig. This was a stop sign ticket. You could have just given her a ticket. You disgusting maggot. You could have just given the woman a ticket for running a stop sign and let her go. That could have happened right here. He could have just given her a ticket. Could you imagine? You don't got to open her door and order her out of the car. You could have just given her a ticket. And by the way, it was an unlawful order. You disgusting pig. You could have just given her a fucking ticket. Could you just imagine that? You didn't have to rip her wig off, strip her clothes off of her, throw her on the ground, punch her in the face. None of that needed to happen. The cops escalated this all the way. So for the people who don't like what I say and do, I don't give a shit. I'm on the right side of history. These guys are scum. They're scum. Straight up scum.
All right, it's over.
One of y'all, so
It's over.
Overweight. Get my phone!
Okay.
Get my phone!
Sit in the car. Sit down.
Yeah, it just relax as we put you in a claustrophobic cage as your face is burning as you're in torture cuffs.
Hi there.
Hi.
You know why I stopped you?
No,
When you turned on to Alexander from McKee, you went right through the stop sign.
I didn't.
Of course, that one was up for me. Affirmative, good. From McKee, you went right.
Hey.
You know why I stopped? Hi there.
Hi.
No. Hello's for suckers. He's not your friend. Hello? Hi, how you doing? How you doing, officer? He's not your friend. He's a scum-sucking pig. He's not your buddy. He's not your friend. Don't say hi and hello to him. She should have been set up. She should have had her license registration and proof of insurance on a laminated card, she should have immediately, without fail, immediately invoked her Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and taken any ticket that jackboot thug pig was going to give her. That's what she should have done. Instead, here's how it goes.
You know why I stopped you?
No.
Why are you answering any questions?
When you turned on to Alexander from McKee, you went right through the stop sign.
I didn't.
471 was up for me. Affirmative, go ahead.
I didn't.
You got your driver's license? I'm clear. You start 135, please. You have your ID, ma'am?
I don't.
You don't?
I just left from my friend's house. I don't. My purse is there.
What's that?
I said I don't. My purse is at my friend's house.
Okay. All right. So you don't have any ID on you whatsoever?
No, but I didn't run through no stop sign.
Yeah, you did.
I didn't.
Okay. All right. What's your name?
Okay. So here's the deal. Like the channel, here's the deal. Here's the deal. You have a photocopy of your license, the front. I'm not Brad Pitt. A photocopy of the back of your license, your current proof of insurance, your current registration, and you have several of these in your car. So if you leave your purse at your friend's house, you got one in your car. Now, I'm considering offering this a service. I don't know what the legality is of people uploading their driver's licenses and things like that, but you don't, if you don't set yourself up for success with these pigs, they will abuse you, arrest you, torture cuff you, impound your car, take you to the dungeon, and steal your money, as well as ruin your life. You're seeing it right here. When she shut down because she was frustrated and stopped communicating, that's when it starts to escalate. You have got to have a guide with you. I invoke the Fifth Amendment. It says, get out of the car. Okay, I'll get out of the car, but I'm going to be filming. I understand I got to get out of the car. Cop says, oh, you're threatening me. Threats are specific. He says he wants to search your car. You can search my car. I revoke consent. He says you can't park right there. You have got to have yourself set up, or you're going to go to the dungeon. You're going to go to the dungeon. They want to take you to the dungeon. Watch, as soon as she gets frustrated, she stops communicating.
All right, so you don't have any ID on you whatsoever?
No, but I didn't run through no stop sign.
Yeah. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe her. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe her that she didn't run a stop sign. I believe her. These cops are scum-sucking lying pigs. She's driving a sports car with dark tinted windows. He wants a reason to be able to pull her over. Wren versus United States. WHREN 1991. Wren versus United States.
Yeah, you did.
I didn't.
Okay. All right. What's your name? What's your name, ma'am? Hello? What's your name? Hey, I'm talking to you.
I hear you.
Okay, you have to identify yourself.
1 second.
No, this
He gave her about 10 seconds before he starts to be a real prick.
is not how that works.
No, because you just pulled me over when I literally just parked.
Okay.
And I'm pulling up to pick up my friend.
Okay.
I'm confused on why I even got
It's very simple. You just ran a stop sign.
I
Okay.
didn't, though.
Yeah, you did.
If it's very simple, you just ran a stop sign, well then, just give her a ticket.
Okay. I need your name. Ma'am. Turn the car off, please. Thank you.
Okay, so she turned the car off. She's not running away.
471, what was the female's name again? She's not complying.
Oh, so you know her name from her license plate. He already knows her name.
Step out. That's not how this works. Step out of the car.
You just
Whoa. Okay, let's be clear. The reason the cop can order you out of the car is he believes you're armed and presently dangerous. So the timestamp on this video right here is 9 minutes, okay? Pennsylvania versus Mims, right here. Okay. He saw a bulge in the guy's thing, and he says, do police officers violate the Fourth Amendment's prohibition against unlawful searches and seizures when during a routine traffic stop, they obtain evidence through a search conducted after asking the suspect to exit the vehicle without a justifiable reason to do so? Who does this to us? Would you take a look at that? It's the conservatives again. Amazing. No, in a 6-3 decision, the court held that it did not violate Mims' rights under the Fourth Amendment. The court noted that the officer had already detained him in order to issue him a traffic summons and felt him asking to exit the vehicle was a minimal and reasonable intrusion into his freedom. Okay. Well, do you think Byron White had to ever deal with that ever? Appointed by John F. Kennedy in 1960. Do you think he ever had to deal with that? Ever? He never did. He never had to deal with it. What about Blackman? What about Stewart? What about Powell? What about Berger? What about Rehnquist? Have any of them ever been asked to get out of the car? None of them ever. None of them ever. Whether the search occurred inside or outside the car was irrelevant to the court. The officer had stopped Mims for a legitimate reason, and upon observing the bulge in his jacket, any person of reasonable caution would have conducted a search. Justice Thurgood Marshall, one of the only dissenters, who was one of the best Supreme Court justices in history from 1967 to 1991, appointed by Lyndon Baines Johnson, Thurgood Marshall wrote a dissenting opinion arguing that such searches, in order to conform to the requirements of the Fourth Amendment, must relate to the reason for the stop. Because the officer had detained Mims for an expired license plate, searching him for concealed weapons was not within the scope of the stop and therefore made it an unlawful search. Justice John Paul Stevens, joined by Justices William Brennan and Thurgood Marshall, filed a separate dissent arguing that the majority opinion gave too much discretion to police, allowing them to search detainees whenever they can invent any basis for concern. Gave too much discretion to cops, allowing them to search people, and they could invent any basis for concern.
Step out. That's not how this works. Step out of the car.
You just pull me over.
Step out of the car.
Reason.
Step out of the car.
No.
Yes. Listen, this is going to go a couple ways, okay? You can either listen, we can do this easy, or...
Right, but okay, so let me see me running the stop sign. You got your cam on, right?
We have cameras, yes.
Okay, so let me see it.
No, I'm not showing you the camera.
I'm about to call my lawyer, you can back the fuck up.
Step out of the car. Step out of the car, or I'm going to make you step out of the car, okay?
So where's the de-escalation? Where's the de-escalation? She obviously doesn't like him and doesn't trust him.
Step out of the car.
No.
Yes. Listen, this is going to go a couple ways, okay? You can either listen, we can do this easy, or...
Right, but okay, so let me see me running the stop sign. You got your cam on, right?
We have cameras, yes.
Okay, so let me see it.
No, I'm not showing you the camera.
I'm about to call my lawyer, you can back the fuck up.
Step out of the car. Step out of the car, or I'm going to make you step out of the car, okay?
So there's no de-escalation. He doesn't have any fear for his life at all whatsoever. He just is being a prick, a scum-sucking pig.
Okay, we need you to step out of the car. We can have a conversation in the back. No, that's not how this works. No, that's not how this works. Step out of the car.
No, that is how it works because I didn't do anything, and you're
If I have to put hands on you and you resist, you're going to get another charge. Okay, so we just need you to step out.
So if he says it nice, well then it's okay. If you are going to get you to step out of the car, and if you resist, then I'm going to put hands on you. Okay.
So step out of the car, please. Force you to come out.
Do it.
Step out of the car.
Do it.
Step out of the car. Okay, step out of the car. Don't you fucking kick me. Bitch. Don't fucking kick me. Put your hands behind your hands. Put your hands behind your back. Give me your fucking hands. Give me your fucking hands. Starts at 15. Give me. That's not how this works.
So there's zero professionalism from the beginning until the end.
Out of the car.
You just pull me over.
Step out of the car.
Reason.
Step out of the car.
No.
Yes. Listen, this is gonna go a couple ways, okay? You can either listen, we can do this easy, or
Right, but okay, so let me see me running the stop sign. You got your cam on, right?
we have cameras, yes.
Okay, so let me see it.
No, I'm not showing you the
Well, I'm
camera.
about to call my lawyer.
No.
You can back the fuck up. Because
Step
I
out of the
do
car.
not have no fucking light.
Step out of the car, or I'm gonna make you step out of the car, okay? We need you to step out of the car. We can have a conversation in the back. No, that's not how this works. No, that's not how this works. Step out of the car.
No, that is how it works because I didn't do anything and you're
If I have to put hands on you and you resist, you're gonna get another charge, okay? So we just need you to step out. So step out of the car, please. Force you to come out.
Do it.
Step out of the car.
Do it.
Step out of the car. Okay, step out of the car. Don't you fucking kick me, bitch! Don't fucking kick me! Put your hands behind your hands! Put your hands behind your back! Give me your fucking hands! Give me your fucking hands! Starts at 15. Give me your hands! Give me your hands! You get a pepper spray! Give me your hands! Give me your hands!
You got my hands! You got my hands!
Give me your hands!
You got my hands!
You are not listening.
You
Give me your hands! Put them behind your back!
How would you do it?
Put them behind your back! I can't.
They got your hands.
Look at him grinding her face into the concrete.
Stop.
You're so bitch. Everything's recorded, you dumb fuck. And you just punched me in my face.
Yeah, you kicked me.
Bitch, because you hit me. And you pulled my fucking leg off.
Stay back. I don't have this one on.
I know it ain't take two of y'all, bro. I know it ain't take two of y'all, bro.
Stop.
No,
stop.
Makes my eyes.
Yeah, it does take two people because trying to force people to lay on their belly and then strap their arms, chain their arms behind their backs, no one who's got any kind of self-preservation is going to expose the back of their necks to the person attacking them. It's human nature not to lay on your belly. What don't you want someone to do in jiu-jitsu? To get your back. You don't want to put someone on your back. You don't want to allow anybody on your back. So it's not natural. You don't want anybody to get the back of your neck or to be able to push your face into the concrete. Everybody, welcome Melissa. Thanks for joining. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the chat. I'm just going on what I'm doing here. So forgive me. Thanks for joining, Melissa. I appreciate it. Thanks you guys for coming. I appreciate it. But this process right here is wrong. Could you imagine that? We are not POWs. We are free Americans. This is not how any of us should be treated. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine for a moment, instead of blaming me for calling them dirty fucking pigs, could you imagine for a moment that we change the policy of lay on your belly and put your hands behind your back? Could you imagine that? Maybe it's not me calling them pigs. Maybe it's the policy of lay on your belly and put your hands behind your back. Let me chain you up. Oh, thank you for complying. I can get a finger in there so you're not being tortured. Maybe it's those things. Just maybe. Do you think possibly? Could it be possibly these things right here? And the reason why I call them dirty pigs is because of these things right here. Could you imagine that? Is that possible? I'm just saying.
Hey, chill out with your knee, bro. Hey, chill out, bro.
Stay back.
Chill out, bro. Hey, bro, do your regular nigga.
But hoping and saying that you hope these pigs burn in hell, you're a bad guy. You're a bad guy because you want the pigs to burn in hell. Yeah. I'm all the way with it. Both of these guys can burn in hell. Thank God that I'm not God, because I would send them both to hell. Maybe God is more forgiving and he can forgive them for being the Dracula bastards that they are. But me personally, I can't do it. I can't see past joining an organization that says, get them to lay on their belly and then chain them up and then take them down to a dungeon. Maybe, just maybe, the idea of hog tying people, chaining them up, then taking them down to a dungeon, maybe, just maybe, that's the bad part. Maybe me pointing it out and calling them dirty pigs, maybe that's the truth. Maybe you gotta be a cocksucking piece of shit to put people on their belly, to chain them up, and then take them to a dungeon. Maybe, just maybe. Is it possible in any conceivable, any America, any world at all whatsoever, is it possible? Is it even this much possible that this policy, procedure, and protocol is brutal, inhumane, and barbaric? Is that possible? Is it possible that maybe, just maybe, these are the scumbags? Is it possible that she didn't run the stop sign? Is it possible that she didn't want to cooperate because she's being unfairly targeted, but this lying pig has to have a legitimate reason to pull her over, so he's going to die on that stump saying, no, she did run a stop sign. But is it possible that the pig is lying about her running a stop sign? Is it maybe possible that he's the bad guy? Maybe. But I don't even want to entertain any of the things you say. But is it possible that he's lying, that she did not run a stop sign? Put a 1 in the chat. I want to know, is it even possible? Could it be that he's a lying pig and that he had to keep the bullshit story going because he's going to attack her? Where is the camera footage? Let's see the video of her running the stop sign. Was it a California stop where she came to almost a stop? You could see both ways. There's nobody coming, so you just went through it. Maybe she shouldn't have been pulled over at all. Even if she didn't come to a full stop, maybe it was unnecessary to pull her over, but you found an excuse. Maybe. Is it possible? Is it maybe?
Stop. It's over. It's over.
No, you're done. You're done.
Grab that arm.
You're done. You're done.
Stand up.
You're done. Done.
You got one in custody.
Little bit y'all know I'm fucking one of y'all cops, bitch. You done. Done.
Should have listened.
Yeah, you did.
You should have just listened. All right, it's over. It's over.
Get my phone.
Come over here.
Get my phone.
Sit in the car. Sit in the car.
Oh man, I know it. I can hear some family and friends saying, Chili, why do you say those things? Did you just see how they treated her, putting her in a car? Do you see how they're jerking her around in the torture cuffs? Put a 1 in the chat if you've been in torture cuffs. Put a 1 in the chat if jerking your arms around really hurts your wrist a lot. If you've experienced this before, what they're doing, don't just let it gloss by. Take a look.
Get my phone.
Come over here.
Get my phone.
Look at that right there. That hurts like hell.
Sit in the car. Sit in the car.
Look at that. Pulling on both arms in 2 different directions.
Sit down.
This is Butter. This is Butter has been around for a long time. I've seen a lot of his videos. I'm a big fan. This is Butter.
Also tonight, a former Rochester police officer now on the other side of the law.
Convicted rapist Sean Jordan today getting what's being called a shocking sentence.
This is an ultimate tragedy because the parents trusted him. He's a police officer. And if we can't trust the police, then who can we trust?
What? Is she new? Is she new? Did you hear what she just said? Let's listen to it again. So, if you don't know, this is a story about a Rochester copper who gets 10 weekends in jail for raping a 13-year-old girl. He gets 10 weekends in jail. So you just heard the black woman screaming, I'm suing y'all. I'm taking y'all to court. When you go to court, as you saw from that dirty, disgusting judge, Ann Zimmerman. And, you know, Ann Zimmerman doesn't even understand. I haven't even begun the media blitz against her. She thinks that it's not going to affect her for the rest of her life. Oh, it is. Because I'm going to create a series of 10-second, 20-second, and 30-second short videos about Ann Zimmerman. And wherever she goes, wherever she lives, I'm going to saturate Facebook with the ad showing that Ann Zimmerman is a corrupt tyrant piece of shit. That's what I'm going to do. A cop sucking, literally, she sucks him off. She married one. Zimmerman has not even felt 1/10 of the media push that I'm going to begin on her. Oh, I'm gonna. I promise. So when you go in front of a judge in America, remember, they're on the side of the cops. Every time you step in front of these pigs, understand that the judge is going to be against you. We saw that with my case. We saw it. And this is about a Rochester cop who raped a 13-year-old girl and gets 10 weekends in jail.
Also tonight, a former Rochester police officer now on the other side of the law.
Convicted rapist Sean Jordan today getting what's being called a shocking sentence.
This is an ultimate tragedy because the parents trusted him. He's a police officer. And if we can't trust the police, then who can we trust?
A judge said,
I'm so sorry. Can we play it again? Hold on.
Officer. And if we can't trust the police, then who can we trust? Parents trusted him. He's a police officer. And if we can't trust the police, then who can we? Parents trusted him. He's a police officer. And if we can't trust the police, then who can we trust?
Let me help you something, honey bunny. Let me jump in here real fast, okay? Don't trust the cops. Put it in the comment section. Don't trust the cops. Cops are scum. The good ones we heard yesterday. I called that Sergeant Holmes in Jonesboro, Arkansas. And Sergeant Holmes said they knew about the assault. They saw the battery. They knew about the battery. They saw it on video. But they couldn't do anything about it. Well, Brian from Here's the Deal broke down that video and pulled up the actual Arkansas statute. Not only can Sergeant Holmes arrest that guy, any citizen in Jonesboro, Arkansas can arrest that cop that we saw elbowing the guy in the back of the cop car trying to kill him. And this lady actually says out loud,
called a shocking sentence.
This is an ultimate tragedy because the parents trusted him. He's a police officer. And if we can't trust the police, then who can we trust?
If you can't trust the police, then who can you trust? Cops keep us safe. No, they don't. Cops are the enemy of the people. Cops are the enemy of freedom, the enemy of liberty. Cops in our country are scum. I don't feel bad about it at all. It's true. The majority, are there some good cops? Yeah. There's some good guys, good women who sign up to be cops. You can't remain good and sign up to the Death Star. Can't do it. Sorry about that.
A judge sentencing Jordan to 10 years probation and 10 weekends in jail.
The former officer facing a judge and his accuser's mother in an Ontario County courtroom today. 13 WAM's Daniel Finkelstein was there and brings us the latest. Daniel.
Yeah, good evening to both of you. The 13-year-old victim in this case was not present today. Her mother was. She and the judge in this case telling Jordan he deserves prison time, but a prior plea agreement would prevent that outcome.
Who would give him a plea agreement, though? Where would that come from? A plea agreement. Who does that? That's the district attorney. Oh, the district attorney is the one who prosecutes crimes. So that means there should be a third party that prosecutes crimes because the DA, the current DA in your city, in your town, has to work with the cops day in and day out. So what the cops do is they go to the district attorney and they say, hey, so you're going to sentence him to prison? Better make sure you don't go to any restaurants or bars and have a drink. We're going to be watching you. Oh, yeah. The cops will threaten the district attorney. warn the district attorney, or even worse, the district attorney will tell the cops, you don't got anything to worry about. I'm not going to put him in prison. The DA and the cops are thick as thieves. The DA and the cops are intertwined like licorice. The cops and the DAs are like a sunflower and a bee. They just connect together. They get all the sweet nectar. The DA and the cops are bosom buddies. The DA and the cops are partners. That means that we need a third-party district attorney, a third-party prosecutor that doesn't work day in and day out with cops. Could you imagine that? You mean to tell me? This one says, once wished bone cancer on the children of people who disagree with him. Oh, no, I didn't. I wished bone cancer on trolls and their kids, on people who are scum-sucking bootlickers. Yeah, I did. Yeah, you bet. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you're one of those people. I didn't wish bone cancer on everybody, just on you, bro. I don't feel bad one bit. It's a war. You're the evil side. You're the bad side. I'm the good side. You're the evil side. What goes 75 miles an hour is yellow and screams. What is it? What goes 75 miles an hour is yellow and screams. A bus full of trolls going over a cliff. Ah. Burn in hell, dude.
Former Rochester police officer Sean Jordan learning his fate in an Ontario County courtroom Wednesday afternoon.
I'm thankful that it's over for the victim and her family who are here today in court.
Oh, no, Kelly, we'll
it's
the assistant DA of Ontario County. She's thankful that it's over for the family. Well, who is it that cut the deal with that copper to give him 10 weekends of jail? It was the district attorney's office. There's no third party to prosecute scum-sucking pigs. There's only Kelly Woolford, and she's really happy that it's over. Really happy that it's over for the 13-year-old who got raped, and the person who raped her is going to go to jail for 10 weekends. I did 4 months for filming a cop. He's going to do 10 weekends, 20 days in jail? 20 days for raping a 13-year-old girl? Oh, we're supposed to say graping. Get out of here. They want you to say this. They want you to say that. Make sure you say what they want you to say. Say it how they want you to say it. Don't say the cops killed somebody. You have to say it's unaliving them.
over for the victim and her family who are here today in court.
An Ontario County judge sentencing Jordan to 10 weekends in jail and 10 years on probation after being convicted of rape in the second degree and forcible touching. Jordan was convicted on those charges after admitting to having sex with a...
Look, that right there, that's the person who did it. Do you want to see who let the cop off? It was her, this judge right here. She's on the side of the cops. The entire system is rotten to the core. The entire system needs to be taken down and restarted. We've given these judges too much power. This is the woman who sentenced the judge, who sentenced the cop. This is the woman who sentenced the cop. You're looking at her. She's the one who did this. You want to see who did it? She did it. That woman right there. It looks a lot like Ann Zimmerman, doesn't she? Ann Zimmerman, the cop sucker who literally married a cop and sucked him off. Looks just like, they look a lot alike, don't they? She's the one who gave the copper 10 weekends in jail for raping a 13-year-old girl. That's the person right there. She did it right there. You see her? That's the person who did it. The DA could have made a deal with the defense, and the judge could have said, fuck your deal. He's going to jail for 10 years. He raped a 13-year-old girl. Forcible touching. forcible touching. That's the person who did it. This judge right here. Her name's not on this, I don't see her name on here, but that's the person who did it.
13-year-old girl at his South Bristol home in 2022. Though unsatisfied by the sentence, the judge adhering to an agreement made for Jordan's guilty plea.
Oh,
Satisfied by the sentence, his South Bristol home in 2022. Though unsatisfied by the sentence, the judge adhering to an agreement made for Jordan's guilty plea.
Oh, but the judge in my case, the prosecutor recommended a suspended sentence with a fine, but the judge in my case said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put him in jail for 6 months. This judge, while unsatisfied with the deal, adhered to it. You mean the judge couldn't have said, sorry, he raped a 13-year-old girl. He's going to prison for 10 years. She could have done that. She could have done that, right? But she didn't. She did it because she's a part of the corrupt, disgusting system. This chick right here is an evil, evil human being. She's evil. You're looking at the devil. You're looking at her. You know, you want to wish bone cancer on somebody? There she is. Right there. She deserves it. She just let a rapist go free. She just said, well, I'm real unsatisfied with the deal. I don't really like this, but you know, I'm gonna let this go on this way, but I'll tell you, I'm not real happy about it. Barack Obama signing the National Defense Authorization Act, also known as the Patriot Act. Well, with real reservations, I'm going to sign this back into law from George Bush, who completely screwed over America and screwed over the world. But I'm going to sign this reluctantly. But you still signed it. But you still signed it.
Ultimately, as a prosecutor,
in 2022. Though unsatisfied by the sentence, the judge adhering to an agreement made for Jordan's guilty plea.
Oh, she's got that grimace on her face. She feels real bad.
ultimately, as a prosecutor, I have to weigh things like the impact of actually having to testify on the victim of this crime. And she was a child, and she was going to have to face her accuser in the courtroom. I have to weigh things.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let this piece of shit devil, let her explain away why she let the rapist go. Well, I got to weigh, that she's got to, like go through it again and talk about it. And so instead of like getting justice, I'm just going to let the cops go. If it was you, you'd go to jail for like 20 years. But, I got to weigh, what it's like for this little girl to have to testify.
Agreement made for Jordan's guilty plea.
Ultimately, as a prosecutor, I have to weigh things like the impact of actually having to testify on the
the impact of actually being raped by a cop. But she doesn't weigh that. She actually she has to testify.
Victim of this crime, and she was a child.
So he raped a child. She's saying he raped a child, and I'm going to give him 10 weekends in jail. And she thinks she justifies it because, well, the victim didn't have to testify, though. In what bozo clown world are we living in?
And she was going to have to face her accuser.
She was going to have to face the guy who raped her in court, like every other rape victim. She was actually going to have to pursue justice. And we didn't want to put her delicately through that. It was too delicate for her to have to testify against the cop that raped her. So we're just going to give him 20 days in jail, just on the weekends, though. Just on the weekends, because he's got his own wife and kids,
In the courtroom.
The victim's mother, also present in court, saying Jordan's actions ruined her daughter's life and that Jordan deserves to be in prison. The judge expressing shock at Jordan's actions, saying she had no words. In a separate incident in Monroe County last year, Jordan was arrested and suspended without pay from the Rochester Police Department 6 months after being accused of having an inappropriate conversation with a 16-year-old.
Oh, so what you're saying is, there's other victims, that he has raped other children. You know, you should be in prison. You bad boy. We're just going to give you 20 days because you're a pig. But you know what? We're just so you know, though, we know that you're bad. We don't want the victim to have to testify against you and put her through trauma. You should be free to rape other kids.
Allegations the police chief called reprehensible. Jordan would later resign.
And it's a very difficult situation. I'm a parent of 3 children myself. And
Let me justify.
it's one of those circumstances where you just look at it and say, there by the grace of God go I, because
What the fuck? I'm sorry. Forgive me for the language tonight, but what the fuck? What did she just say? What the fuck? I'm sorry. Hold on.
it's a very difficult situation.
It's a difficult situation that we have a cop that raped a kid.
I'm a parent of 3 children.
I'm a parent of three kids. So, you know, it's not like I don't want a rapist off the street. It's just that he's a cop. And the cops will target me and they'll target my family.
Myself. And it's one of those circumstances.
It's one of those circumstances. You should understand.
Is where you just look at it and say, there by the grace of God go I.
There by the grace of God go I. There by the grace of God go I.
Because this was a child who trusted somebody.
This was a child who trusted somebody. So what I did as a prosecutor, because he was a cop and the cops will target me and target my family, I just gave him a couple weeks in jail. You know what I'm saying? Couple weeks, almost 3. He got almost 3 full weeks in jail for raping this 13-year-old girl. There by the grace of God go I.
And he was an adult and he knew better. And
he was an adult and he knew better. So I'm not going to do anything to get real justice. I'm just going to make this statement and hope that you guys understand that the cops will target me and target my family and my children.
He's the one to blame.
Oh, and then she finishes it with,
look at it and say, there by the grace of God go I, because this was a child who trusted somebody and he was an adult and he knew better. And he's the one to blame.
He's the one to blame. It's not me. It's not me who gave him less than 3 weeks in jail. It's not the judge who really didn't like the deal that was made and didn't have ultimate control over the sentence. It's not the judge's fault. It's Chili's fault. He's the one calling them scum-sucking pigs and saying this piece of shit prosecutor can burn in hell and the judge can burn in hell. It's Chili because he's saying things that are mean. He's saying mean things about prosecutors and judges. He's saying mean things about cops. He's saying the truth. You know what? You're the bad guy, Chili. I'm not even going to entertain listening to your channel or hearing your perspective. There by the grace of God go I. Don't blame me. Blame him.
Now, in addition to the probation term and 10 weekends in jail, Jordan will have to register as a sex offender.
Did you hear that? Just.
Now, in addition to the probation term and 10 weekends in jail.
Additional to the probation terms and 10 weekends in jail, he's going to have to register as a sex offender.
Jordan will have to register as a sex offender, obey an order of protection for the victim and her family, and pay more than $1,000 in fines. We did
$1,000 in fines, more than 1,000.
Reach out to Jordan's attorney for comments and have not yet heard back. Karen?
And the guy comes in here earlier and says, "Did you see where Chili wished bone cancer on people's children?" I did wish bone cancer on your children, bro. On your scum sucking piece of shit that you are. I wished bone cancer on the scum sucking trolls. That's what I did. I did it. I'm guilty of it. I said it when I was being stalked by a bunch of trolls. Yeah. Yeah. I hope you burn in hell, bro. That's what I hope. I hope that when you die, if there's a hell, you burn in it. Yeah. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Yeah. I think you're a piece of shit, bro. I know you're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit. So I'm going to go with 100% yes, you're a piece of shit and you could burn in hell.
And our top story tonight at 11, a clerical error by Buffalo police and an Amherst police officers executing a felony traffic stop leads to a woman being held at gunpoint. Good evening, I'm Scott Levin.
And I'm Mary Alice Demler. The incident happened on May 31st, and it's already led to changes. Channel 2's Nate Benson reports on those changes and hears from the woman at the center of it all in this 2 on Your Side original.
Get back in the vehicle, it's showing us stolen.
As Courtney Heitzman pulled into her driveway and got out of her Kia Optima on Friday, May 31st, she turned and saw an Amherst police officer behind her.
Radio, I got the driver at gunpoint.
Right. So the police have created a policy that if your license plate comes back stolen, they point their guns at you. Maybe that shouldn't be a policy. Maybe you shouldn't point your guns at people because a license plate comes back as stolen. Maybe, just maybe. Maybe the car stolen isn't worth, even if it was stolen, which it wasn't in this case, maybe, just maybe, you shouldn't point guns at people unless they're pointing guns at you. Maybe, just maybe, people shouldn't be tasered. They shouldn't be pepper sprayed. Maybe we shouldn't treat our citizens that way. Could you imagine that? Maybe we shouldn't treat our citizens this way. Wow. Imagine that. We shouldn't point guns at people for a stolen car. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. Put a 1 in the chat if that's true. Maybe we should not point guns at people over a stolen car. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine that? You don't point guns at people over a stolen car.
A few seconds later, Courtney's daughter runs to the door to see what the commotion is all about.
Just stay in the house, please.
Stay in the house, please. Stay in the house.
In a panic, Courtney called her mother.
Mom, there's a cop. He's got his gun. He's pointing it at me. A cop.
To understand how Courtney found herself in this situation,
maybe, just maybe, we shouldn't allow police to point guns at people over a stolen car. Wow. Maybe, just maybe. Maybe we shouldn't point guns at people and we should get rid of the term felony stop. Maybe. Maybe it shouldn't be about officer safety. Maybe it should be about our rights. Maybe that's what's going wrong here. Maybe. I'm just going with a maybe here. That's all I'm doing.
We have to go back to May 10th when her Kia was
stolen while I was at work in the city of Buffalo.
Courtney reported it to the Buffalo police.
4 hours after the time of the call, another set of officers or another district officers wound up getting an abandoned vehicle call and recovered this car.
Recovered before it could be entered into the state system as stolen.
Is this a situation where a car was stolen, abandoned, recovered, and put into an impound lot just simply?
Gorilla Gems, guns don't get pulled without imminent danger. I just think you saw something. Did you see it? Gorilla. You need to wipe your eyes out. Maybe you need to take a look again. So we're at 1 minute and 34 seconds. maybe, just maybe, hey, Gorilla, watch.
On Friday, May 31st, she turned. Seconds later, Courtney's daughter runs to the door to see what the commotion is all about.
Are you watching?
Just stay in the house, please.
Are you watching, Gorilla?
In a panic, Courtney called her mother.
There's a cop. He's got a gun. He's pointing it at me.
Well, I mean, I guess, Gorilla, I guess that you might be mistaken. I guess you might be mistaken. Guns don't get pulled without imminent danger. Doesn't look like there's imminent danger here. Doesn't look like there's no imminent danger. So maybe you got that blue line stick going, you know what I'm saying? The blue line stick is kind of ended up your, you know, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Oh, you forgot to type a word? Okay. I'm just saying, I didn't see any imminent danger. So, I mean, let's give them a chance, because I always want to give everybody a chance. You know what I'm saying? But let's see. Oh, he meant to say guns should not be pulled. see, that's what he meant. That's what he meant. Guns should not be pulled unless they're imminent danger.
To understand how Courtney found herself in this situation, we have to go back to May 10th, when her Kia was
stolen while I was at work.
Cool,
in
Gorilla.
Buffalo.
Courtney reported it to the Buffalo police.
4 hours after the time of the call, another set of officers or another district officers wound up getting an abandoned vehicle call and recovered this car.
Recovered before it could be entered into the state system as stolen.
Is this a situation where a car was stolen, abandoned, recovered, and put into an impound lot just simply before the paperwork could be done?
That appears to be the situation before the entries could be made.
Later that night, not realizing it had already been recovered, Buffalo police entered Courtney's vehicle as stolen into the New York statewide police information network. So in the eyes of every police department in the state, Courtney's car was still considered stolen. The vehicle was eventually towed to a repair shop, and Courtney got it back on May 29th. It was during her drive home on May 31st when she drove past an Amherst police officer on Sweet Home Road.
His license plate reader in his vehicle indicated that there was a stolen vehicle that he'd passed.
Amherst Police Chief Scott Chamberlain says the officer then swung around and began following Courtney.
He sped up really close, and there were no lights. I wasn't sure if I should pull over or not, and I was so close to home. I just continued to drive home. I figured lights would come on if I was getting pulled over.
By the time that all that information was gathered, the vehicle had pulled into a driveway. The officer stopped, pulled up behind the vehicle, and initiated a traffic stop.
No. To
a driveway. The officer stopped, pulled up behind the vehicle, and initiated a traffic stop.
No, he did not. You lying fucking pig. He did not. Gorilla Gems, sorry, man. So Gorilla Gems missed a word. You lying pig. He did not pull up and initiate a traffic stop. He did not put his car in the way and retreat and say, hey, the car's calling in stolen. He didn't get behind a shield. He didn't fall back and start recording. He didn't call in a drone. He got out and pulled a gun on somebody. And that's not how we want to be treated as free Americans. That's not how we want to be treated. That's not how we want to be treated as free Americans. We don't want you to pull guns out on people over a stolen car. Don't want it. Don't want it. He didn't pull over and initiate a traffic stop. He pulled over and pulled a gun out and pointed it at somebody.
Pulled into a driveway. The officer stopped, pulled up behind the vehicle, and initiated a traffic stop.
No, he didn't initiate a traffic stop, you lying pig. He pulled over and pulled a gun out and pointed it at somebody with his finger on the trigger. You lying pig.
Why are you pointing a gun at me?
I am not pointing a gun at you. I'm pointing a gun at the gun. I did, yes. Absolutely, I did.
Why? Because I'm right in front. You see
Yes.
the car is registered to the
Okay,
school.
Courtney, just hang
I've
tight
been
for a
here.
second.
No, this is not right. This is
Come
not
on,
right.
radio.
She says it.
Absolutely, I did.
Why? Because I'm pointing a gun at
I am not pointing a gun at you. I'm pointing a gun at the gun.
Why are you pointing a gun at me? That's a very legitimate question.
I did, yes. Absolutely, I did.
I did. Yes, absolutely. I did. Listen to it again. Don't mistake it. They believe their lives are worth more than yours. They believe that they are better than you.
I am not pointing a gun at you. I'm pointing a gun at the gun. I did, yes. Absolutely, I did.
Why? Because I'm right in front. You see
Yes.
the car is registered to the
Okay,
zone.
Courtney, just hang tight for a second.
No, this is not right.
She's right. It's not right. You shouldn't point a gun at somebody over a stolen car. We can track that stolen car now. There's a camera on every block. You can let it drive away. You're still not going to lose the car.
This is not right.
When you got out of your car and saw that a gun was drawn on you, what immediately went through your head?
I was gonna die. Like, I didn't know what the heck was going on. And this is a person that I've been told is supposed to keep me safe.
So when we have a stolen vehicle, what we do is called a felony car stop.
There it is right there. There it is. You got it right there. You heard it from the pig himself. Let's listen again very carefully.
Die. Like, I didn't know what the heck was going on. And this is a person that I've been told is supposed to keep me safe.
No. He is not there to keep you safe. Their motto is whatever it takes for them to go home safe. When the cops pass each other at the pig shack, they fist bump each other and say, hey, brother, whatever it takes for you to go home safe. And how do we know what I'm saying is true?
So when we have a stolen vehicle, what we do is called a felony car stop.
There it is. So when it's us versus you, which is them. When we have a felony stop, we pull our guns out.
Keep me safe.
So when we have a stolen vehicle, what we do is called a felony car stop.
I understand. So you're gonna pull a gun out in front of me, in front of my own home?
Yes, 100%. The entire term felony stop has to go. We don't want your felony stop. We don't want you to be pulling your guns out on people. We don't want you dirty pigs to be shooting people over cars. That car can be stolen, get chopped up in Mexico. I still don't want anybody to die over that car, especially the person driving it. You disgusting pig. And listen to how cockstrong he is, how sure.
I've been told it's supposed to keep me safe.
Listen.
So when we have a stolen vehicle, what we do is called a felony car stop.
What we do is called a felony car stop. We've decided that that's how it goes.
I understand. So you're gonna pull a gun out in front of me, in front of my own home?
You're going to pull a gun out me when I'm in front of my home? Yes, 100%. Don't let it skip you. They don't give a shit about you. Don't care about you. Whatever it takes for them to go home safe, all the policies and procedures are based around Terry versus Ohio. Every single police policy and police procedure is based on Terry versus Ohio. Officer safety first. Yes, 100%. I pull my gun out. Look at his hand. Watch his hand. See his hand right down here in the lower right-hand side of the screen?
We do is called a felony car stop.
I understand. So you're gonna pull a gun out in front of me, in front of my own home?
100%.
Yes, 100%.
That's terrible.
Yes.
That's terrible. Yeah. Stephanie, you got it, honey. Welcome to my side. Welcome to Team DLZ, Stephanie. The idea that cops should pull a gun on you over a stolen car is preposterous. It is ludicrous. 1 out of 100,000 or 1 out of 1,000,000 people is trying to kill cops, trying to ram them and kill them with cars. When it happens, it's front page of the news. The video is shown 1,000,000 times over again. Remember the cop, the guy that jumped over the bench and attacked the judge? Now everybody in Clark County's got to be ankle shackled because we're all going to jump over the bench. It is preposterous that this is how we're treated.
So when we have a stolen vehicle, what we do is called a felony car stop.
I understand. So you're gonna pull a gun out in front of me, in front of my own home?
100%.
That's terrible.
Yes, Stephanie. Yes, that's terrible.
Looking back on it, how do you feel about the whole thing?
I don't feel good about it. I still don't feel good about it. I don't. I still never really got an explanation on why the gun was held on me for so long.
Every single cop across the country is taught to do that for stolen vehicles.
So maybe, okay. I'm super glad that we watched this. So maybe every cop in the country shouldn't be taught that. But you call them pigs, Chili, and you wish they burn in hell. Yeah, yeah. And the bone cancer and the whole thing. Yeah, yeah. Fuck them. Fuck the pigs. Fuck them.
I still never really got an explanation on why the gun was held on me for so long.
Every single cop across the country is taught to do that for stolen vehicles.
There it is. There it is. Fuck them. Straight up. Fuck you, pigs. Fuck you. Fuck you and fuck your training. Go fuck yourself. I hope you burn in hell. And I don't give a shit. You're the enemy. You are the enemy. You are the enemy. You're our enemy. The biggest fear Americans have is you. You're the scumbag.
I don't feel good about it.
How do you feel about the whole thing?
I don't feel good about it. I still don't feel good about it. I still never really got an explanation on why the gun was held on me for so long.
Every single cop across the country is taught to do that for stolen vehicles.
When a police officer tags, a vehicle comes up as stolen, they pull them over. That is standard operating procedure to conduct a felony traffic stop.
It depends on the situation, I would say. It's not, I wouldn't say every single time. If they gather enough information to know that it's not stolen, then maybe they wouldn't do a felony car stop.
There's something.
I'm sorry for the F words tonight, but you lying fucking pig. You lying fucking pig. You lying fucking pig.
Taught to do that for stolen vehicles.
So then every cop is taught to do that for stolen vehicles. That's true. It's called a felony stop. We got to do a felony stop. Get your guns. Down, down, down. Moving up, moving up. Coming to the side. Coming to the side. He's got a butter knife. But listen. Listen to the lying pig.
Police officer tags, a vehicle comes up as stolen, they pull them over. That is standard operating procedure to conduct a felony traffic stop.
Yes. The answer right here is yes. It's standard operating procedure. We teach them to pull a gun on you. But listen to how the lying fucking pig talks.
It depends on the situation, I would say.
It depends on the situation, I'd say.
No, it's not. I wouldn't say every single time.
I wouldn't say every single time. Well, in which times wouldn't it count? Now listen to this double talk.
I mean, if they gather enough information to know that it's not stolen. Then
oh, if they gather enough information to know that it's not stolen, then they're not going to pull their guns. But what's the policy? To pull their guns on you. Our guns that we pay for these pigs.
Conduct a felony traffic stop.
It depends on the situation, I would say. It's not. I wouldn't say every single time. If they gather enough information to know that it's not stolen, then maybe they wouldn't do a felony car stop.
You lying fucking pig! You lying piece of shit pig! You lying piece of garbage! You lying cop! You liar! You scumbag! You fraud! You fake! You liar! You are a fucking liar! You're a liar, dude! You're sitting there lying to the people! We know the truth!
On the situation, I would say. It's not. I wouldn't say every single time. If they gather enough.
It's every single time! It's always a felony stop for officer safety built around Terry versus Ohio. Why are you such a fucking pig? You're a lying fucking pig. Sorry for the language. You motherfucking lying pig. Sorry, you're lying. They're going to age restrict and demonetize my video anyway. You Liar. You liar. You liar.
Information to know that it's not stolen, then maybe they wouldn't do a felony car stop.
There's something about this isn't right. And someone needs to explain it to me.
This is negligence on the end of the Buffalo Police Department, okay? I apologize for that. Your vehicle will be removed as stolen so that you can drive it without getting pulled out at gunpoint, okay?
Since this incident happened, changes have been made. In our conversations over the last month, you've already kind of put that checks and balance in place, right?
I think within probably a day or two of you contacting me, I put that into place with parking. The one thing that I asked them to do as one more fail-safe is to run the license plate of any vehicle before it is released to ensure that it has not been reported stolen by any agency.
Has there been any direct?
But that doesn't change that they pull a gun on you for a stolen car.
Or fail-safe is to run the license plate of any vehicle before it is released.
But that doesn't change the fact that cops will murder somebody. Let's say she did steal the car. Let's say she did it. Okay. She shouldn't be subjected to being shot. This is not 1750 where if you steal someone's horse, they die in the desert. Horse thieves used to be stolen. Horse thieves used to be hung because if you stole somebody's horse in 1750, then they died. The person died whose horse you stole, especially out west. But did he change the felony stop? No. He said we put fail safes into place where they're going to run the plate again. But the policy of pulling a gun on you, if you did steal a car, they want to kill you. They're such scum.
To ensure that it has not been reported stolen by any agency.
Has there been any direct changes to response or policy on Amherst side of things with this?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing on our end that we could have changed about the situation, and we don't have the same type of system as far as, impound lots and all that stuff.
But for Courtney Heitzman, the is to response or policy on.
Is there any changes in the response or policy that you don't pull guns on people over a stolen car?
Amherst side of things with this?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing on our end that we could have changed about the situation. And
there it is. There it is. And now you know why I say that cops are scum. Now you know why. Now you understand me a little bit. Now you understand me.
On Amherst side of things with
anything
this?
you could change?
There's nothing on
yeah,
our
there's
end that
nothing.
We could have changed
nothing
about the situation, and we don't have the same
we
type
can't,
of system, as far as
we can't
impound lots and all that stuff.
Can't. But for Courtney Heitzman, the experience has left a lingering sense of uneasiness.
It just felt like in that moment that I wasn't a human, that this traumatic experience happened, but oh well, it's another day at the office for me. See you later, bye.
The cop doesn't give a shit about her. The captain sitting in his chair, he doesn't give a shit. We have our policies, procedures, and protocols for us and for our safety, and we're number one. And that's just the plain simple truth.
That's not right.
We certainly apologize that she went through a
We're
traumatic
sorry.
incident.
Is there anything that the department has to say to this woman regarding the situation?
Well, there's a human element to all these things, and we're always trying to make sure our officers are aware of both sides of any situation.
Now, even though Buffalo Police created a checks and balance if your vehicle is recovered, Commissioner Grimaldi said to double check with the department to make sure your vehicle has in fact been removed from the state system. On your side, Nate Benson.
What's that?
Hello, this is the Amherst Police.
Amherst Police. Could I please talk to the what do you call what does he call himself? A commissioner? Do he call himself the captain or lieutenant? What's he call himself?
There's a bunch of them. I don't know which one you're specifically looking for.
The one who went on the news and talked about they pulled the gun on the woman whose car was stolen.
Top story tonight.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm unfamiliar. I can try to connect you over to speak with my lieutenant.
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay, stay on the phone.
Amherst Police, Lieutenant Luvender.
I'm sorry?
Amherst Police, Lieutenant Luvender.
Lieutenant Luminer. My name is Chili DeCastro. Nice to meet you, Lieutenant Luminer.
How you doing?
I'm okay. I just watched a video, and I'm a journalist. Millions of people watch my videos, and I just saw that where they pulled this woman over and they performed a felony stop for a stolen car. And my audience saw the video with me, and then I'm calling you because then the reporter asked the lieutenant if any policies have been changed since they pulled a gun on a woman whose car wasn't stolen, it was hers. And then he said, oh, we've done an additional license plate check. You know, what we, the people, want is we don't want you pulling guns on people over a stolen car. That's what we want.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? We don't want the cops pulling guns on people unless they get shot at. We don't want that happening in our community. We want it to be about our rights and public safety over officer safety. We want the mantra to go to protect and serve, not whatever it takes for you to go home safe at the end of your shift. And that's your current mantra. That's what you guys say to each other. So did you guys change the policy of pulling guns on people for stolen cars? Or is that policy still in place? Because on this news article, he skipped the question. They asked him, have you changed anything? And he said, oh, we're really reading the license plate now when cars are released from the stolen vehicle list. But he didn't say that we've changed the policy. We don't pull guns out on people anymore over stolen cars, because the people of America, we don't care that the car was stolen. It sucks that someone's lose their car, but we don't want cops shooting people over a stolen car. Do you see what I'm saying?
Sure.
So are you guys going to change the felony stop policy of pulling your guns on people over a stolen car? Because it's not clear from this article.
Right. I think you might be conflating the two agencies.
Okay. So does your agency have a policy on a stolen vehicle that it's now called a felony stop and you pull your guns out?
Yes.
You do. So this is the public, and millions of people will see and hear this. And we're telling you, we don't want you to do that anymore. We don't want you pulling guns on people over a stolen car, because now there's cameras everywhere. You can track cars. There's all kinds of things that can happen with cars, but very, very seldomly are people going to get away, and no one's trying to kill police because the car was stolen. Nobody wants cops to get killed. We don't want that, but we don't want you pointing guns at people and terrorizing our community. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So what can we do to change the policy? I mean, you do work for us, right? It is about, you are tax funded, right? By the people?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we don't want that policy anymore. We don't want you pulling guns on people over a stolen car. Now, if someone points a gun at you, hey, I want you to pull your gun. If you got to kill them because they're pointing a gun at you, I understand. But a stolen car is not someone pointing a gun at you. And we all saw it on camera. And the woman who was traumatized in the article, she said, it doesn't feel right that this happened to me, because a stolen car is not someone trying to shoot a cop. Nobody
I
wants.
gotta put you on hold 1 second, okay?
You're just going to hang up on me. You're not going to finish. You're going to duck and dodge.
No, I just have to take care of something real quick.
Okay, I'll hold for you. I'll sit here and wait. He won't be back. He won't be back. Is the policy going to change? Yes or no? Can you hold on for a second? Of course. Of course. Can you hold on for a minute? If they wonder why there's a sect of people that hate police, this is the reason why. I've asked him a direct question. We are the funders of this agency. We fund this agency. But when I say we don't want that, no more conversation. Can you hold on for a minute? Sure. Put a 1 if you think he's not coming back.
Okay, there.
I'm here.
Okay, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Listen, I'm a famous journalist. Millions of people watch what I do. Everything I do is recorded. I'm on the record all the time. I'm definitely anti-cop, 100%. I can't stand the organization that calls themselves law enforcers. The reason why there's supposed to be any sort of security or policing in any constitutional republic is to uphold our rights. Our founding fathers would roll over in their grave if they knew there were law enforcers walking around over the line, mark it 0. But now your policies and procedures since Terry versus Ohio are just to protect you. And your mantra is whatever it takes for you to go home safe at the end of your shift. And you can see the cataclysmic cliff between the people and the police. Because if you go to any news video on YouTube and you read the comments, people don't trust you guys. And I called you just now to tell you, we don't want a policy of where you pull guns on people for a stolen car. And you will not answer the question.
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
How do we change the policy? The American people don't want you pulling guns on people over a stolen car. The car, once you've identified it as stolen, you could shoot it with a tracking device with silly putty, and the tracking device won't come off. You could put a tracking device inside the wheel. You could impound that car, but you don't need to point your gun at the head of the person driving it. But every time I try to talk to you cops and get any kind of headway, I hear the ridiculous line of that's above my pay grade, or we couldn't do that. We have to, it's officer safety. And we're sick of it. I've been calling cops off the hook. Nobody responds. And when I say to you, what's it going to take to change the policy? You put me on hold or you got to go. And I got you on the phone. You're the lieutenant, which means you've been there. We're probably the same age. I'm 50 this next month. So we're probably about the same age if you're the lieutenant. So, lieutenant, since you guys are going by military monikers, what are you going to do about what we, the people, hate? We don't want you to pull guns and point them at people's heads over a stolen car. I don't care if it's a Corvette or a Trans Am or a Testarossa. What's the point in pointing your gun at someone's head over a stolen car once you have the car in sight? You could shoot it with a silly putty ball that has a tracking device in it.
What was your first name again?
My name is Chili. My last name is DeCastro. The name of my channel is called Delete Laws, just like Elon Musk has said, and just like Neil Gorsuch's book that just came out called Overruled, that we are being lawed to death. We have too many laws in this country. And now the biggest problem in our country right now is the police's policies. Your policy, procedure, and protocol is the reason why 50% of this country hates cops. It's 52% if you look up Gallup's poll. Your policies are the reason why people hate cops. Not because I say that you guys are scumbags, but because of what you do. The video of this woman, nice woman, gun to her head. And now I'm calling you to the carpet and saying it's time to change that. You could shoot a tracking device at a car. And
you know what? I'm unfamiliar with what you're speaking about as far as like the tracking devices go.
What's your email address? I'll send it to you.
I don't want it. And I know you've got some pretty strong views, and you're entitled to your opinion, most certainly. But it's really outside the scope of our conversation and
It's
anything
above
that,
your pay grade?
I may or may not can change. Well, we don't change laws, so that's I think that's first and foremost, and then we just enforce the laws. So if you want laws changed in this country, obviously, you have to speak to your congressman.
You have to become the lawmaker, the governor, or the mayor, or or become part of the legislature. But the police policy of pointing your gun at people's head is not a law. It's a policy within your department. That's a fact. Listen, I'm pretty educated on the police policies because I'm going to run for governor and I'm going to change all your policies from the top down. But here's the point. Your policy is to point your gun at people for a stolen car. You can change that within your organization. Now you're telling me I got to become a legislator to change your policies? You're within the police department. If you don't want people to hate you guys, then you guys have to change your policies. Like lay on your belly and put your hands behind your back. It's disgusting. The slave cuffs were made for slaves by the Delaware colony in 1638, and you're still using slave cuffs. And I'm not some raging liberal. I'm more conservative than I am liberal. So I just don't understand how you're telling me now.
It's funny because I don't. None of this is
relevant.
I didn't ask you any of these questions, and the information that you're giving me is just really kind of outside the bounds of why you called.
Okay, all I want to know is, are you willing to change?
I'd be happy to, but if you don't have any other questions, I do have to, unfortunately, take care of.
Are you willing to? Let me just ask you directly. Your policy of pointing your gun at people for a stolen car, that comes from within the police department. I want to know if you're willing to.
Of which chili I have no control.
Right. Who makes the policy then?
The administration of the police department.
Okay, so who's the administrator? Who's the head administrator? Is it a dictatorship or do you guys vote?
We don't vote on anything like that. No.
Okay, so who sets that policy that you point your gun at someone's head over a stolen car? Who do we talk to?
Well, I think you would probably have to talk to the training academy in the entire United States.
Oh, so because we heard on the video that every police in the country is taught to point your gun at someone's head over a stolen car. So then that goes to post, Peace Officer Standards and Training. We have to go to them.
If that's the organization responsible, then sure.
Sorry, what was your name again, sir?
Lieutenant Luvender.
Luvender?
Yep.
Luvender, Luvender?
Yep.
So this is the whole problem, that every time we talk to someone who will actually even have the conversation, the way the conversation always ends is, I can't do anything about it. You'd have to talk to somebody else. I've been doing this for 3 years now, and that's all we ever hear. And we want to change it. And as much as I think that over 75% of cops are scum, there is some people who sign up that are good. We know that.
Sure.
Some people sign up and they really want to do good. But how can you do good when you teach them to point their guns at people's heads over a stolen car? You can't remain good when you're doing that. So how do we change it, Mr. Luvender, Lieutenant Luvender? How do we change it? Mr. Luvender? Mr. Luvender? Mr. Luvender? Mr. Luvender? Mr. Luvender?
Amber, please.
Can I speak to Lieutenant Luvender, please?
Okay, hold on a moment. sir. Is he expecting you or?
He is. My name's Chili DeCastro.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Actually, hold on. It looks like that line is currently tied up going to the office. Do you want me to just take down your number, sir, and pass it on?
Sure. Take down my number and pass it on. Yep, that's right. Okay. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it. The police have set up a very rigid set of policies, procedures, and protocols that only the governor of a state is going to be able to change. If I don't become the governor, it won't be changed. That's a fact. If I don't become the governor, it won't be changed. I was laying in bed last night thinking to myself, what are the steps I'm going to have to take to become governor? How long is it going to take? And can it happen faster? It's just, he's not going to call back. He's not going to call back. He's not going to call back. He won't call back. He won't call back. I called the police department. I called for Lieutenant Luvender. I called over there for him, and I spoke with him rationally, intelligently. I told him the truth. I told him my name. I told him who I am. I explained to him. All I can say is, if you guys don't follow a very rigid set of policies, procedures, and protocols for yourself, you're going to end up in a dungeon. And if you take on the state, they could put you in a dungeon like they did to me. Get your license, registration, proof of insurance laminated up like that so you have everything. Get your trifold on deletelaws.com. Go to deletelaws.com right now. Don't wait. Go to deletelaws.com. Get a trifold. With the trifold, I'm going to give you a pair of Fifth Amendment cop cards, driver and non-driver. I've got all these cop cards sitting here. They don't do me any good sitting here. I'm going to give them to you for free. If you get a trifold, I'm going to give you the cop cards for free. Go to the website right now, deletelaws.com. Get a trifold. JBTP, Dan Hanlon, Houston Hot Dog, Grateful Dabs, leader of the Lion Pride, no love from Lovender. So true. So true. Hold it up again. It's deletelaws.com with a Z. Deletelaws.com with a Z. Deletelaws.com. It just, before I go, let me try one more time.
Amherst, please.
Is Luvender available yet? I just called a few minutes ago. Is he gonna skip out on my phone call, or is he gonna duck this?
He just got your message, sir. He was away from his desk, it appears, but he just got it, so he should be calling you shortly.
Well, I'm available now.
Okay, I'll let him know.
Should I sit on hold here while you transfer me over?
Hold on one moment. Let me see if he's at his current desk, okay? Because he's in a different room. So
Oh, he's in a different room now? Okay.
Well, the lieutenant's office is always a different room than the dispatch center, sir. So us knowing whether or not they're there, we have to physically go and check. So it'll just be a moment if you don't mind holding.
I'll hold. I can't say the F word because they just put my videos.
All right, sir. Thanks for holding. I'm going to transfer you through to him now.
Okay.
Hello?
Mr. Luvender?
Speaking.
So how do we change it, Mr. Luvender? Tell me the process, and I'll hold my nose, and I won't have to hold my nose because I'll work with the good cops. I'll work with the good ones because there's a bunch of good ones.
I understand that you have some views that are,
Mainstream.
something that you've
My views are mainstream. Most people feel like I do. They just don't say it out loud.
gotcha, and that's certainly within your right, like I said, and I can appreciate how you feel. I can't devote any more time to this conversation. You seem to have.
I asked you how we change it, and you won't devote any more time to this conversation. Why not?
Right,
Why isn't the perspective?
Because it's a one-sided conversation, and nothing
I'll
that
listen.
I'm going to tell you is going to make the sweeping changes that you desire.
Not sweeping. I'm asking you, how do we change this one policy? And I will work with the good cops to change the policy. How do we do that?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
But you're the lieutenant for your particular police department. Can't you change the policy at that police department?
I unfortunately cannot.
Okay, who can at your police department change the policy?
The administration.
Okay, so who's the administrator of your police department?
Yeah, it would be the chief.
Okay, what's the chief's name?
It would be Chief Chamberlain.
Chief Chamberlain at the Buffalo Police Department. Chamberlin. Chief Chamberlain.
Oh, you wanted Buffalo. Let's see. 1 second.
No, which one are you at?
This is the Amherst Police Department.
I'm sorry, it was the Amherst. I misspoke. But you're in Buffalo, New York, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I misspoke. It is the Amherst Police Department, and that's Chief Chamberlain at the Amherst Police Department in Buffalo. And he's the one that can change the policy where you don't pull out a gun for a stolen car. Is that correct, sir?
I mean, if it's him and the administration as a whole.
Listen, everything I do is on the record. Everything I do is recorded. I'm very public. I share this information with tens of thousands of people, if not millions, depending on which video it is. But I'm telling you, I'll come there and I'll go meet with Chief Chamberlain. I will come into town and I will sit down with Chamberlain because we have to eventually get to a point where police policy isn't created by the police. Could you imagine that? That we want you to work for us, not where whatever it takes for you to go home safe. So if it's Chief Chamberlain, then I'll track him down.
Okay.
So you're off the hook then, huh? You couldn't bring it to Chief Chamberlain? What's that, sir?
Is there anything else I can help you with today?
I would like for you to bring it to Chief Chamberlain. I'd like for you to join me in saying we shouldn't point our guns at people's heads over stolen cars. I'd like the good cops to join me. That's what I'd like.
Okay, we're all good cops here, sir. So I'm gonna end this conversation here, and you're gonna have a good day. Okay.
Oh, I will have a good day because you told me to. So I'll do that. Thanks for your time. Doesn't say goodbye. Doesn't say goodbye. They're such scumbags. Like, even if Luvender is one of the good cops, look at how the behavior is. They're just such a bad organization. It's such a bad organization. So it's Chief Chamberlain and the rest of the administration. Who's the rest of the administration? Is it a secret? Why can't we know? Why can't we know who sets these policies? Why can't we know? And sorry for the language today. I'm just at a place where I'm just fed up. I'm just And then Drophead said that they're all good cops at the Amherst Police Department. They're all good cops. All of them, huh? All of them. They all are. They all are. You might hear "stop resisting" over a phone. They're used to saying it. Yep, secret police, the cesspool of customer service. Scrubzilla, good to see you, my friend. Gloria, Soy Leal, Stacy, no apologies. All of them are good cops. We're all fed up. I got to watch my language. Jungle, I sent your poster off. I hope that you got it. Jungle is massive. Steve, your hoodie goes out tomorrow. Finally, Steve's been waiting on this hoodie for like 3 weeks. He finally gets it sent to him tomorrow. And listen, if you get a trifold, I give you free cop cards. It hasn't been every order, but it is the last few months. But some people didn't get free cop cards. So, in the history of me having cop cards, some people didn't get free ones when they ordered a trifold. I'm sorry if you didn't get them in the past 9 months, 10 months since I've had cop cards, but I want to get them to as many people as I possibly can. I want everybody to have cop cards. Everybody. I mean, it really, it makes all the difference in the world if you have a guide, a way to something to follow, and everybody should have a trifold in your car. You absolutely should. I'm going to drop the price on these tomorrow. I think they're 25. I'm going to drop them down to 20 tomorrow. I'll do a big sale tomorrow. I think Michael Eline goes on at some point in the next little while, and I said I would be a guest on his show because I want to build up Eline's channel as big as we can make it. BZ Watchdog just sent me something funny. Okay, yeah, I got it. Let me see if I can find that. All right, listen, I've got to get the flock out of here. Let's go OTVO. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. AMG Stealth, thanks for coming. I appreciate it. Soy Leal, thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. Just Willie. Okay, I'm going to get the flock out of here. I'm going to go over to Eline's channel and jump on a guest spot. Thank you guys for coming to my TED Talk. I really appreciate it. Moderators, Bruce, Mikey, Gloria, Chevy. I saw Chevy in here earlier. Thank you. I appreciate it. Ryut Audits, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming. Clown Patrol, thank you for coming. I super appreciate it. You have rights. Cops have duties. Always good to see you. Kinetic Customs and Racing. Good to see you, my friend. Listen, I got to get the flock out of here. I'll see you guys on the next one.